I thought this was solved, dude. I thought we didn't have that issue anymore. Oh man, everyone refresh. Everyone refresh. I'm annoyed. Is it your OBS or your internet? It's always been my OBS. I don't know what it is, and it's always at the exact same time. It happens like... Currently, it happens like once every 2 weeks, roughly. Once every 2 weeks, roughly, is when it happens. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just the card guesser round was not good enough. Do you use specifically OBS Studio or Streamlabs OBS? Currently, it's just OBS. There was like, I updated it at some point. I was using Streamlabs OBS, and then I updated it, and then it was only OBS, and I haven't reinstalled Streamlabs yet. But I'm not sure if it already... I'm not sure about the timeline, whether it was already an existent problem before I did that. But, yeah. Anyways. I had a feeling today was the day. I don't know. I felt like it wasn't happening much recently, so, yeah. Have you used the Twitch Studio, which is a variation of OBS to tailor for Twitch specifically? I'm not using that one. No, I'm just using regular old OBS. But, well, we're back. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. What's on the agenda today? You know what? We find out what the card of the day is, and then I'll tell you. Does that sound like a deal? Start with Rongo. Okay, it's an effect monster. Let's try Firewall. It's got 0 defense. Why did I put Firewall? I was stupid. Of course it was not Firewall. Okay, high level, 0 defense. Not a link monster though. Abysslacia. What the hell is Abysslacia? Did you look it up? No. It can't be Lacia. We need a big monster, chat. We need a big monster with 0 defense between 2016 and 2020. But it has high attack. So like something like 3000 attack, 0 defense. What is... There's like a lot of cards with 3000 attack, 0 defense. What is there? Bigfoot? It's not a dark though. So it also can't be Levianeer. Is there a train? Bullet... Train. Okay. It's even bigger than 3K. And it's not just an effect monster. Chaos Max? But Chaos Max is surely light or dark, right? Chaos Max is not... Yeah, Chaos Max is dark. It can't be Chaos Max. Uno Violo, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. It is level 10. It is level 10... Level 10 Synchro or Ritual? Or maybe like a XYZ? Sigma? No, Sigma is level 12. Sun Saga? That's it. That's it. Well done. Well done. It was Shiranui's Sun Saga. Which is funny because we had him in the card guesser yesterday. Alright. Well done. I think eventually I get that one too. Because it's like 0 defense is a very zombie thing and had to be a synchro. Yeah, I don't know. Lepre Bastardo, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you as well. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. New cards reaction. I have... Okay, let me tell you what we do today. Let me tell you what we do today because I think it's going to be a fun one. I think it's going to be a fun stream. We've done this in the past. And it's been pretty chill. And I feel like it's going to be a good time today. So let's talk about it. I don't know what it is. But for some reason, I don't know, we'll have to talk about this, but somehow, I don't know how I can sort my cards better, but every other, like, month, my entire card collection is just a mess. And German Nationals are coming up in 1.5 weeks, and I have no idea where my, like, deck cores are. And so I'm gonna go ahead and get my cards over here. We're sorting them, so that means you get a look at my collection and all that good stuff. We can talk about some stuff in the meantime. And then while I do that, I figured we can just talk about everything Yu-Gi-Oh related, everything non-Yu-Gi-Oh related. We're just gonna be like just chatting and sorting. I think it's gonna be chill. And then I'm gonna start building some decks to test for German Nationals in paper, right? Because I need to build like some stuff. I need to get the cards out for certain decks that I need to try over the next couple days for German Nationals. So we're going to do that as well. Very quickly before we do that, there's a couple new cards we can talk about. And then for anyone wondering, Master Duel is not gone from the channel because we haven't played it in the last couple days. We're going to play Master Duel tomorrow, simply because I feel like in the last week or so, it's not been very exciting to play Master Duel. Because there's a new ban list and there's going to be a new set. But both of those things go into effect tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll be playing some Master Duel, build some new decks for the new format in Master Duel, and try to make our way towards Master Rank and stuff like that. So that's all going to be tomorrow. But today we're going to do some TCG. And even better, before we start sorting, there's some new cards to react to. I always love that. So we have, I think it's 2 new cards. We got this new Link monster, and we got the new Future Fusion rework type of card has already gotten its effect too. So those 2 things we're going to look at really quickly. I don't know how good these cards are. It's just something that I saw this morning that was revealed. So let's look at that really quick. It's another fire support card. Like they're saying here, fire are eating incredibly well lately. I don't know what it is. But recently they've just been pumping out fire support. And some of it's been really generic too. So I mean, I don't know. I'm down for it. I think fire is fire the one with the least amount of monsters? Was it fire or wind? Which one has less? We looked it up at some point. I think it was fire that had the least amount of monsters in general. Well, anyways. Link 2 Fire Warrior Link Effect Monster. Bottom left, bottom right. Materials 2 fire monsters. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. Face-up spell and traps you control cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. You can target one of your banished fire monsters, add it to your hand, and if you do, you cannot activate the effects of cards with that name for the rest of this turn. Okay. It's not a bad card. What about the new Pyro Rhoda? We've looked at that yesterday already, but that was also an interesting card. I don't know which deck you're going to use this in, because of course adding back a banished fire monster and not being able to use it is kind of bad, but it's like, you know, there's a couple of things you can do with that. I mean, just a Link 2 with a bonus effect, I'm down. It's all right. It's a well-designed card, I think, because I don't see a way to really abuse this card, because it has a very healthy restriction. But it's certainly looking like it's an okay card. You know, it's very generic in the sense of fire decks, you know, so I can see myself using this at some point. I don't know, but it's not broken or anything, but it's just solid. I like that. I like that. Okay. Now this card, when they first revealed it, I was a little scared, because I didn't feel like we needed another Future Fusion, but surely they balanced this one correctly this time around, right? During your main phase, you can activate one of these effects. Reveal a fusion monster in your extra deck and send one of the fusion materials mentioned on it by name from your deck to the graveyard. And if you do, you cannot special summon monsters with that name nor activate their monster effects for the rest of this turn. Okay, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad, which is good. It's good. That is like, the card is probably not useful. Let's look the other one. Fusion summon a Dark Machine fusion monster from your extra deck by banishing fusion materials listed on it from your graveyard. You can only use each effect once per turn. Does that mean I can do both with one card? I'm not sure if I can, because this is like the one effect. The one effect is that you can do one of the two things. But I'm not sure if you can actually use both. But I don't, either way. I mean, it's basically, so what this card is, it's a combination of Future Fusion and Overload Fusion, right? So the second effect is pretty much Overload Fusion exactly. And the first effect is a very, very watered down. It's a very watered down version of Future Fusion. So if you have two copies, you can do both. I think that's what it is. I think you're right. I don't think, because the way it works, chat, is it's weird, but the first effect of this card, the effect of this card is to do one of these two things. And I don't think it means, I don't think you can do both with the same card, but it's worded very weirdly here. It's not worded very clear. I'm not sure, but maybe you can do with both. Maybe you can do both with the same card. If you can do both with the same card, it makes it better. I don't know if that makes it a good card. Because also, like, what you send here, it's not only worse in the sense that you can't special summon or use the effects of the card, you also have to send something that's mentioned by name. Mentioned by name is very different from Future Fusion. One is once per copy. The dots are named once per turn. You can do both effects if you have two. We're just gonna, that's how I understand it too, but there's no point second guessing here. It's just we're gonna wait and see when it comes out in like English, with English PSCT. But yeah. Can it be used in Branded? I mean, you can use it in Branded, but it doesn't do anything other than Foolish Burial, a Fallen of Albas. That's not very good. You can't send King of the Swamp with it? No, you can't. You cannot send King of the Swamp. Why is one once per copy? It doesn't say that. It literally says that. It says each effect of this card's name can only be used once per turn, and the one is part of the each effect. You know what I mean? There are cards that have this, you can only use each effect of this card's name once per turn, even though they only have one effect. That is a thing, right? Sometimes cards say you can only use each effect once per turn, even though they only have one effect. And I think the way this card is worded here, it only has one effect. The one effect of this card is that you can do one of two things. Not sure if I understand the note, though. It doesn't lock out pendulum effects. I mean, you cannot special summon monsters with that name, nor activate their monster effects for the rest of this turn. Well, what that means is, hypothetically, if you send a pendulum monster for it, and then you have another copy of that pendulum monster, you can theoretically scale it and activate its scale effect, right? You are not locked out of that. That's what it means. I don't know if there's any use case for this. Probably not. It's just a, you know, funny side note. It's just like, it only locks you out of monster effects. So if you send I don't know if there's even a fusion monster that mentions by name a pendulum monster. I don't know if there is one. But if that was a thing, you could send that monster and then maybe add it back from the graveyard somehow and then scale it and then use the effect. Oh yeah, Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon is probably mentioned on... But they mention Odd Eyes monsters. Not like... Maybe they don't mention one by name. I don't know. But I don't think we have to... I don't think we have to talk about it for too long. I don't think it's a big deal. This card is not great either way because a very conditional Foolish Burial that locks you out of the effect and a Graveyard Fusion, even if you can do both on the same card, which I'm not sure you can. I don't think you can, but maybe it's worded weirdly. Even if you can do both on the same card, it's not very good. Because it's also Dark Machine fusions only, which I think the only real use case for this is pretty much Cyber Dragon. The problem is if you send a Cyber Dragon with this card's effect, you're locked out of Cyber Dragon for the rest of the turn, which pretty much like annihilates your entire deck, right? You can't summon any Cyber Dragons after this. That's kind of cringe because most of them are named Cyber Dragon. So either way, not a very good card. This card though this card is decent. Did you ever read Duality? It's an OCG card, but not sure if it's ever coming to the TCG. What Duality? What is that? I don't see it. The Chaos support? Yeah, but where is it? The last one? Well, yeah, but it's not a... It doesn't have the card effect. It doesn't have the card effect. There it is. Okay, thank you. Oh yeah, we've seen this. We've seen this before, I think. I think we've looked at this. Same original type and level, but a different original attribute during your main phase. Yeah, it's the one that swaps a light into a dark or a dark into a light. I think I've seen this one. It's a good card, yeah. But this card would low-key ruin the game. It's pretty good. It is pretty good. But as of now, I don't know if we get it at any point. Turn Aluber into Arclight? Yeah, technically you can do that. It's a pretty good card, I think. But I don't think we even have a slightest idea when we get it, so it's kind of pointless. Okay. Chat, we have a lot more chatting to do. You can ask me all of your questions all you want. Let me set up my desk real quick because we need to do some sorting and deck building today. It is utmost important that we do that today because I literally if I could show you, which I can't right now because I don't want to mess with my webcam setup, but I have all my cards are in like my... What's the freaking word? I can't think of the word. It's a mess. Either way, it's a mess. A closet. Yes, a closet. I have like 2 rows in a closet where all my cards go. And it's literally an explosion of cards. It's not fun to go in there and look for a specific thingy, but I need to find like my Runick cards. They are somewhere there. And I also I have some nice pickups. I may or may not have spent some money unreasonably recently on some nice cardboard, so we can look at that too. Yeah. do a room tour. My streaming room is very small. There's literally not much more than what you see right here. There's the closet over there, and that's pretty much it. Like I took the smallest room out of the entire house as my streaming room, so there's not much to do. I'm just gonna get a couple of stacks of cards, and then we get to sorting. As you can already tell, there's the most random assortments of cards. Okay, I think that's sufficient for now. There's more. There is more, but I don't think my desk can fit all of it. How do you sort your cards, by the way? I don't want this to happen every like 2 months where like I have to basically sort everything again. Could we see your rescue rabbit behind you? I mean, there you go. There's a magic trick called binder. Dude, binders, literally, you have to be joking. Binders are the worst. Literally, you can't change my mind. Binders are the worst way to sort your cards. Because in the beginning, it looks nice and clean when you have everything sorted in. But as soon as you need cards, you take them out of like the middle of the binder and like it becomes a mess. It's like good for collections that you don't want to play ever, or like good for trading, but it's garbage for storing cards that you use like actively. That's just not a good way to do it, I think. I don't like binders at all. Anyways, okay. How do I do it? So I can show you what I currently do, which if you've watched one of my collection sorting streams before, you know this, but I have one big box. Hold up. I have this box where I sort my cards by monsters, spells, traps. And also I make a distinction between hollow and not hollow. That is how I currently do it. And I haven't thought of a better system yet. I think my biggest problem is that I don't sort my cards back after I use them. Like I'll play a deck, and then I don't sort the cards back in. I think that's the biggest problem. And when I get new cards, I don't always immediately put them in there. Those are, I think, the two problems that I have. Either way, let me move some of this to the side and we go through it. And yeah, the main goals for today are I need to assemble some deck cores that I certainly have. for German nationals to test. Mostly Runick. I want to sort out some bulk that is certainly in here because I've opened some product and there's a bunch of cards that I don't need. There's also a bunch of Edison stuff in here that I need to sort out into the Edison piles. And then just get everything nice and clean in here. Simple task, right? Simple. Are you gonna test Lab? I'm in a weird spot with Labyrinth because I have the cards, but I don't plan on using it. I don't know. Anyways. Ooh, look at this. This is right on top of the pile because it arrived yesterday. I like him. He's one of the unreasonable purchases I've made recently. There are more. Get ready for high rare cards without sleeves. Oh, there are high rare cards without sleeves in here. I believe. I am guilty of that. It's not first ed though, because like I don't know, like I like first ed cards, but honestly, I feel like non-first ed they look just as nice, and I don't, for some cards, like the price is just unreasonable. This one is not first ed. Very few of my ultimate rares and whatnot are first ed. Some are, but most of the time I just care how it looks, and I actually want to play with it, you know, so I yeah, I don't know. How many Edison decks will you take to Nats? I usually build like 2 to 3 different ones before I go to a tournament. Ah, there's some of the Fur Hire stuff. Okay, and there's more. These have sleeves. These have sleeves. Oh, and this one is first ed. I didn't even know. But those are some cool Edison cards. And then this is just some Edison pickups that I've made. Did you sleeve them yourselves or did they come sleeved? I don't want to answer that question. I don't need to answer questions that would yeah. No. I don't want to answer the question. Oh, there's more shiny Edison stuff coming. Not first ed either, though. This one I didn't even want to pick up. In my defense. This one I didn't even want to pick up. It was just a friend of mine who was like, hey, do you want this Grand Mole? And I was like, kind of. So... oh, God damn it. Yes, I've been unreasonable. Chad, I've been unreasonable recently. I've been unreasonable. Dude, why? My allergies are kicking even when I'm inside. It's really bad recently. You know what? I got this one, but I shouldn't have. Because I'm still never going to play it. Because you're still going to draw it. It doesn't matter if it's ulti or not. You're still drawing it. It doesn't matter. This is the best version of Cyber Dragon. In case you didn't know. And this is not... this is objectively the best version of Cyber Dragon. Okay, all the Edison stuff just goes into one pile for now. Dude, there's a lot of Edison cards in here. It's just gonna be one big pile. Oh, also, a life hack for everyone who likes good-looking Edison cards or good-looking cards in general, and the prices for some of these in Ultimate Rare, for example, Wing Blast, are just unreasonable. Bro, Rare is the best rarity anyways. Rare is the best rarity anyways. So who cares? Just get rares. Bro, this is all Edison. I may have an Edison problem. Let's just go through this really quick and show you the nice ones. This one is nice. I will say some of these this might look like I'm spending a lot of money on cards, but some of these are also, or a lot of these are, because I don't want to talk about it too much, but some of my sponsorship deals include like not just money, but also, you know, getting paid in cards. And like I use that on high rare Edison stuff. A lot of these I got that way. I don't buy them. I don't all buy them like that. I just want that to be known. Okay. Fur hire. I actually do want to. Okay, this is mostly bulk, but I do want to test the fur hire deck. So I need to get those cards out somewhere. Runick. How do I sort this? Okay, this is useful traps, useful spells, useful extra deck, useful monsters. Oh, this is my side deck from London. We found the London side deck. Nice. Oh, this is my London deck. We don't talk about the fact that I unsleeved all of it and just threw it in here, okay? This is my London deck. We found it. Okay, hold up. Let me sort it real quick. Hollow. My eyes, they are burning. Look, nothing happens to the cards when they're in there, dude. While they're just sitting in the on the shelves, nothing is happening to the cards. You don't have to be paranoid about it. Okay. Freezing curses, destruction, fountain. Why is there 4 destructions? One from some other pile, I guess. Here's the one starter I played. The one starter I played that certainly got hit on the ban list. The Spright engine certainly got hit on the ban list because they semi-limited star. Also, the 2 fountain. This is the one starter I played and the 2 fountains I played. So yeah, the deck did certainly get hit on the ban list. You certainly can't play it the way you played it before. Yeah, they got us real good with the ban list. All right, this is the sprites. I've been thinking recently maybe the for hire deck is better than the life twin deck right now. So I do wanna look. I don't even know if I have all the cards for that. I have some. I know I have some, but I don't know if I have all of it. I am not sure. Okay. Let's just put some of the deck cores to the side for now. For hire, Runick, Sprites, Life Twins, that can go all into one pile because I need to build the decks later anyways. And then this can stay here for now. Oh, do you think I need that? Why did I even buy these? I knew I was never gonna play these, dude. I knew I was never gonna play these. I knew that was never gonna be happening. Oh shit, we hit a sub goal. Why did no one tell me we hit a sub goal? I'm not looking at the screen that much. Hold up. There we go. Okay. I guess I have a Kashtira deck core. Oh shit, okay. I forgot, but can anyone tell why I'm really happy? Can anyone tell why I'm really happy that they semi-limited Unicorn? Can you tell why I'm happy it's semi-limited? Yeah, 2 of them are German, 1 is English. Easy. Nice. Nice semi-limit. Very well done. Very well done, Konami. Alright, so this goes into some pile of cards I need to get rid of. Which I always hate when that happens, because I don't really have the time to take care of it, but there it goes. Alright, Kashtira deck core, I guess, goes to the side. In case I need it, huh? Kick. Alright, there is Chaos Angel. This Peter. Oh, this is the box we opened at release. Defensor, Astrolaud, Quam. Dude, that box? Sorry. That box was kind of cracked. This was my box at release of what is it? Cyberstorm Axis. That was my box. In hindsight, holy shit, that was cracked. Custom box, yeah. How much is Astrolaud now? $10? Okay, and how much is Quem? Vakaushi. Is any of the, I guess, Vanadium? Nah, I'm just gonna put that all in bulk for now. Wait, Quem is only $25? Okay, it's not that insane then. It's still good, but I thought it was more. Okay, this is most... Oh, this is bulk that I've already sorted out, I think. Hell yeah, it's bulk. This is... Near mint. Hog. Bulk. Oh shit! 3 playsets of Blaster. 3 playsets of Blaster. Isn't that great? And infinite playsets of Tidal, and 3 playsets of Tempest, and infinite playsets of Redox. Still the very same Dragon Rulers I played back in the day. White people happy. Keep those around. This is all old shit. We might get through this faster than I thought. Because a lot of it is just bulk. Yeah. Oh, there's my Labyrinth core, I guess. Well, half of it. Let's put that to the side too. Trap cards. Furniture. Rivalries. I don't know if I've showed you this, but I own a non-gold rare access code now. Fog. Rindbrom, Guardian Chimera. Other fusions. I don't know if it's a mistake that I'm keeping branded around in my collection, because I have a full branded deck pretty much. Not pretty much. I have a full branded deck, I'm pretty sure. Unless you play unless you play 2 Quests or 2 Cartesias. I only have 1 of each, I think. I only have 1 of each. So if you play multiples, I don't have that, but for the most part, I'm not sure if I have had it for a long time and I haven't used it a single time. Doesn't feel great when that happens. It happens sometimes to me because I'm the type of person, I like to have all the options available. I hate going to an event or like preparing for an event not having the decks as options. But like I said, I have never used the branded deck yet at an actual tournament. It's always only been an option, you know? Which isn't great. My man out here hating on gold rare while his favorite rarity is rare. Look, there's literally nothing wrong with that. I don't understand what you're saying. I don't understand you're saying. Draco Predator, thank you for the 10 months. Wait, didn't you get second at a regional with Branded Despia? Well, okay, at the very beginning. But that's before I got, like, that was when Branded was pretty damn cheap. In the beginning, like, what was Branded even... What was expensive in Branded? It was Guardian Chimera? And I think that's it. Aluber had already been reprinted. No. At that point, Aluber had already been reprinted. I played Ultra Rare Alubers. I remember that. Opening? Yeah, opening was like $10 at some point. So, yeah, I guess opening. Opening was somewhat expensive. This is one of my favorite cards. I've had this one, it's not a recent pickup. I've had this for a long time, but this is one of the most beautiful cards I have. Why does it never focus when I do that? Look at him. I love Cyber Phoenix. Ba, ba, ba. I've showed you these before. Some of my happy place cards. I was yesterday on Raymond Dye's stream and he said that in order to qualify for Master Duel Worlds, you need to approve in the Master Duel app in no longer than the next 5 days. Is that true? You can't qualify in TCG and then decide which one to go. I'm not exactly sure how it's gonna work. I know that they did reach out to the players that qualified. That I can tell you. I know that they have reached out to the players that qualified. Whether that means that we can't decide if we... We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. No. That is just... Chat, it's just more sorting. If you really think about it, it's just more content for today. The fact that one of those stacks of cards just dropped from the table is just more content. Just look at it that way. God damn. Throwing for content, literally, yeah. God damn it. Oh, there's my extra deck from London, but it's not. Wait, that's not 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, 5, 10, 11. Why is it 11 cards? Why is it 11 cards from my extra deck for London? What's missing? Hold up. So there's it's missing a Hugin and a Gary, so that would make it 13. It's missing a Kisikil, so that would make it 14. And what's the last card that's missing? Oh, Mackraker. Where are those? We'll sleeve those out later. Put them here because they belong into those decks. That's just sleeves. Those are just... Why is there random just packs in here? Bulk. I hate bulk. Ooh, a nice breaker. Another Rise Hard. I have too many Edison cards. I have to admit. Kaya, Cerberus. This is pretty much all bulk, I think. There is no too many? I feel like there is a too many. For almost anything in life, there's too many. Oh, there they are. Sag. Why is this even here? Okay, you are lucky. Whoever did that, whoever just gifted a sub anonymously to kill Ronin, you are lucky that you did that anonymously. You are lucky you did that anonymously. Look, chat, it's 3 playsets of Kashtira or Isard. Isn't that glorious? The ban list has tripled the amount of playsets I had for Kashtira or Isard. And to this day, chat, to this day, I've summoned this card 0 times. 0 times I've summoned Kashtira Arisard in tournaments. Skill issue. Oh yeah, it's a skill issue. I just didn't know how. I didn't know how to summon it. True. Actual skill issue. Sag. I still want this card to be meta at some point. For more Edison. Oh, this is my Gladby stick. Okay. Noted. That's a nice... Oh, yeah, right. That's banned. I guess I'll keep it still, but... Grandmark, thank you for the gifts up to Ronan Todin. Okay. The duality of men. Someone gifts us up to kill Ronan, someone gifts us up to Ronan. I still don't really have a thing to do with these. They're nice. When is the chat? When are the tints coming out with more of these? Because that's what I'm really looking for. That's what I'm really looking for is when they give us the I'm really looking forward to the promos because I'll tell you one thing. I am a big fan of like high rare Edison cards, but I'm gonna be honest, ultimate rare like Stardust Dragons and stuff like that, I can't bring myself to pay that price. So I think I'm gonna settle on these. But why is my cam freezing? That's annoying. Well, anyways, here we are back. Okay. I'm looking forward to like getting some nice looking Stardust Dragons and I think Black Rose is getting one too. So, yeah. I don't know, but these are all right. Bro, pinpoint landing. I bought myself pinpoint landings because I thought that card could be good in what's it called? Vanquish Soul. Some people did play it in the OCG in Vanquish Souls. Turns out it's probably not that good. Oh, there's more for hires. Quick. The for hires over here. Rex, Raphael Nevin. Okay. This is more Edison. This is a nice looking battle fader. I should probably sleeve up before people get mad at me. Chat, what are we thinking on the Hobby League rarity in general? How are we feeling on this one? I like it kind of. It's like in an actual tournament, like in a TCG tournament, I wouldn't play it because I think they give you problems with like they're not technically illegal to play, but it's just asking to, you know. But I think if you're playing Edison for fun with friends or even just like at an Edison event where if you double sleeve, I don't think it's actually something you feel. I don't think it's that, but I don't think it's that bad. I wouldn't play it in an official tournament, but I think if you're just playing with your friends, they're pretty okay. I think they look decent. Okay. Oh, I do. I need to sort my sleeves too. Okay, I'll sleeve those. I'm still not sure. I'm still not sure how I feel about these like playing collector's rares in retro formats. Because I got myself a card trooper and I pulled the scapegoat myself, and they are nice. They are nice, but I've kind of been on the I've kind of been on the what's it called? I've been building my retro format decks with the retro look cards, like the old cards, you know, like when they changed the proportions on the cards and whatnot. I've been using old proportion cards in my retro decks, and then these don't fit anymore. So it's kind of weird. I don't know. I have them, I guess. Ultra Card Trooper looks cooler for Edison. That's the thing. I don't think it does look cooler. I don't think it does look cooler, but it doesn't fit. If I play like my whole deck is like old rarity cards now, and then I put one collector's rare card trooper in there, it just doesn't fit. It's like the odd one out, you know? I don't like that. Also, just a demo. Thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Hobby League rarities got a bad reputation back when Yu-Gi-Oh! Sleeve technology was paper thin and the slight extra thickness was actually noticeable. Nowadays, with Dragon Shields and double sleeve, they're typically indistinguishable and most hedgehoggs will allow them. Well, like, I think if you have one sleeve, you will notice the difference. Hold up. Let me see if I quickly find one of the Hobby League cards that I have. There's a DD Warrior lady with one sleeve. You barely. I don't know. It's tough with one sleeve. With double sleeves, I don't think you notice it actually. Okay, so this is not a full labyrinth core. Somewhere in here there has to be more labyrinth cards, but I don't know where. Let me see. There's There's literally a lot more where this came from, so we're gonna be here for a while. It's annoying. I should really sort this better immediately when I get the cards, because I think that's the biggest problem. Is I don't immediately sort the cards away properly when I get them. I think that's my biggest issue. Hey, there's more branded stuff. Runicks. Yeah. Go here. Plunder core. Do I keep the plunder core assembled or do I sort it away? I'll sort it away. I don't think I'm gonna play plunder anytime soon. Jump scare. I like how you form a connection with certain cards, and like when they pop up in your collection, you just have to like smile at them. Nimble Sunfish is now one of those cards for me. Do you have that with any of your cards? The dark goes there. I picked these up. Once again, I don't know why I did. I picked these up for like $4 each. Just in case I was going to play Super Heavy Samurai, even though I knew I wasn't going to use Super Heavy Samurai, even if I, you know, even if it didn't get hit on the ban list, and now we're here. Thrust is like the one current staple. Thrust is like the one current format staple that I don't have like a playset of yet. Because I have one that I pulled in like a box that I won somewhere, but I still don't. I haven't gotten the Third. Gage, thank you for the 7 months. Did you ever collect any stupid cards just to collect them? I'm not sure. The stupidest thing that I can think of is something we passed by earlier, which is the Portuguese gladiator beasts. I thought when I found out about those, I just thought it was cool, and then I got them all. But I haven't actually put them to good use yet. I don't really play Glad Beast much in Edison. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's differences in the contents of OTS packs in the Portuguese language OTS pack has different cards than the rest of the world, because they sometimes go ahead and they catch up with, like, they miss releases or whatever, and they then give them reprints that they need. And there are a couple of Glad Beasts. They should be in this Edison pile. There are a couple of Glad Beasts that you can only find in this certain rarity in the Portuguese OTS pack. For example, I think Gladiator Beast War Chariot does not have a common print outside of the Portuguese OTS packs. There is no common Gladiator Beast War Chariot. The same is true, I think, for Heraklinos. The same is true for Heraklinos, and there's some others. And at some point, I found out about this, and so I just, like, camped Card Market to find Portuguese versions of these, because I thought that was cool and unique to have the Portuguese Gladiator Beasts, and now I just have a Portuguese Gladiator Beast core that I just have that. That's the first, like, kind of stupid thing that I could think of. Do you have any ghost rares? If yes, show us. I don't have any ghost rares, no. I don't have any ghost rares. I don't think I have anything stupid expensive. Genuinely. I can show you my most expensive cards. Actually, my most expensive card is right next to me. It's this guy. But it's not something I bought or invested in. But that's my most expensive card, probably. Not probably, that's my most expensive card. Yeah, I found it. That's why I put it aside this morning, because I saw it this morning when I looked at the mess. Because last time I couldn't find it when you asked for it. So here it is. Don't you have a Starlight Dark? I have a Starlight Dark. I do have a Starlight Dark. It's over here. But this one, I didn't buy it when it was this expensive. I bought it when it was like 200. Now it's way more, but it's not something I invested crazy money in. Watch out for your lovely... Oh, right. Yeah, shit. Okay, yeah. Thank you. I also have a Starlight Lina, but the Starlight Lina I feel a lot worse about getting. I got these two together back then. These two, at some point, I decided to get these two. But the thing is that I haven't used Lina a single time since. Like, I feel good about getting the Dark, because it was like, I paid, I think, 200 for it. And now it's way more than that, and I've used it a lot. So that was kind of cool. The Lina, I haven't used a single time. Charmer collection when? I don't think I will ever do that, because the other ones are already, like, way too much. I genuinely don't believe in investing that much money into cards. The only reason why I did it for specifically these two, and they are the only quote unquote investments in high rarity that I've ever made. Because if I pick up like nice looking Edison cards, I don't do it in the delusion that I'm investing, right? I'm doing this because I like those cards. I'm losing the money basically because I'm probably never gonna sell my nice looking Edison cards, right? I don't do that and be like, hey, it's fine that I'm spending this money because I can sell them later. That's not what I'm gonna be doing. The only time I did that was with these two cards. Because I was looking at their price and I was like, genuinely, I think these two cards are better than $200, right? These cards are too good to be worth $200. And I'm probably going to use these a lot. And that's going to be cool to be able to use the Starlights for a while. So I'm going to spend the money on these. On Dark, I feel pretty happy that I did it on Dark. Because it's like, it's worth way more than what I spent. And I've used it a lot. Lina, it is worth more than what I spent for it because like I said, I spent like 200 for this or 240 or something, and now it is more than that. But it's just a lot of work to get rid of Starlights somehow. Like I've thrown it up on Card Market, but no one is buying it, and so like I don't know what to do. I don't want to go out of my way to sell cards because I'm not a vendor. I don't know where to go to sell all that stuff. Random Pokemon card jump scare. Rip. Boyger DK, thank you for the 3 months. And Pazim, thank you for the 17. Appreciate you. Dan X Kirby, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. Bro, I bought literally last week. I ordered some Rex Freight for Hires because I didn't know where mine were. Now I found like 5 today. So stupid waste of cardboard. Shouldn't have done that. YBM is the place to move cars like that. See, I don't even know what that means. Oops. 3 play sets of Gamma. Kick. Where are my Arianas? Or Arianes? Which is the good one? Ariane, right? Oh, there they are. Lol. Ariana is the good one? Yeah, it's Ariana. Yeah. Is Labyrinth still money, by the way? Is Labyrinth still expensive as hell? Yes. Should I sell this? I don't know. Like I said, this is my problem, is like I will pick up deck cores like that and then often never play them. And then I'll never play them until they get reprinted and I lose a shit ton of money. But I'm the type of person I really like having the options available. Because what if next week before German Nationals I decide Labyrinth is the call? What if that happens in my mind, you know? I don't know. Okay. Okay. I think that's the most important stuff to sort. Let me get to we can get to some sleeving and maybe even some deck building now. You can always get them on the day. So see, at some point in my life, I've just decided that I don't want that type of stress anymore. Because literally there's nothing. Well, that's not true. There's more stressful things, but it's very stressful to turn up to an event knowing you need cards and you don't know whether you're gonna find them or not, and spending like half of your Friday trying to find this or that card. It's very annoying. I don't like that. I don't know if this is a relatable thing. This might be a very much a like Yu-Gi-Oh quote of pro player type of thing. Where are my big welcomes? Oh, right, I don't have 3 big welcomes. I only have 1. People trying to find Newmans at Utrecht? Yeah, I came prepared for that one. I didn't have that problem. All right, the first deck I want to build. Also, in the meantime, you can feel free to ask any kind of question. You know, like we can talk about anything in these streams. So if you have anything on your mind, Yu-Gi-Oh related, non-Yu-Gi-Oh related, feel free to just throw it in. Why are your cards not in sleeves? Serious answer. I am not really afraid of them getting damaged while they are on the shelves or in the boxes, and I don't care enough. Is the simple answer. Do you think it's a smart move to buy Labyrinth right now? Well, I mean, it's a good deck in this upcoming format. So if everything beyond that is always hard to predict. Like a lot of cards, you have to be aware that if you buy them at a certain time, eventually they will become useless, right? And so like if that's something you can't deal with, then you should never invest in an expensive Yu-Gi-Oh deck. But if you can accept that, then right now Labyrinth is a good deck. So I guess for whatever it's worth, I think yes, it's not a bad investment. Like it's fine. Buy to play, not to invest. Exactly. I don't think you should expect Labyrinth to be like going up in price, right? Like you're not gonna make a shit ton of money by buying Labyrinth. Okay, well now we've gotten food. That makes it more complicated. Hold up. Okay, let's just react to something while I eat my food real quick. Let me move some stuff to the side. There is one video that I looked up this morning that I saw in my feed that I thought was worth watching, which was the new Gage video. I haven't seen it yet. Pack's purely deck profile. Has Pack made a new format purely deck profile? Yeah. I like watching Gage videos because it's always well made. So let's just watch that. Why not? I don't know. I don't even know what it's about. It's called Introducing the Log. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, but
Hey, pay attention. We're back. The vlog has returned with a brand new...
love his production. Honestly, Gage does a lot of things that I look up to when it comes to YouTube video production. Because like the way I currently do it is like I stream, and I think I'm getting pretty good at streaming and turning some of the content on stream into content on YouTube. That's like the space I'm comfortable in, that like I'm getting used to. But the like actually producing a video, is something that Gage is very good at, and some of these things I definitely want to look at in the future and seeing how I can like do it.
New gimmick. Today we are going to be bringing back the logging portion of logging. We're going to take this notebook here, and the goal is throughout multiple local tournaments, we're going to fill this entire thing out with nothing but information. Everything's going to be housed in these little pages here. Pay attention, you might learn something. Let's hop in there. I can't believe I'm playing one of my favorite decks again. I didn't even have all the pieces together. I'm missing like half the deck. Hello, Ethan. Took me a minute to get it together, but our good friend Yugioh sent me a little guideline to build a deck, and I kind of took some notes from him. Looks like a good list. Hopefully we can have a little bit of luck today.
X2 is what I predict. We're going X2.
Yeah. Chat. Everyone has to let me know how this sounds. Okay, chat, here's the rules. I don't have ulti raise yet, so nobody laugh. Nobody laugh. If I see anybody laughing in chat, you're immediately removed. Back at Top Deck Cards and Games, the old stomping grounds. It's been a minute since I've been here, but there's a whole new vibe to the local scene today. We're playing under the new list, which is going to be released next week, but the players here like to get a little bit of a head start. And everybody brings their A game, so I'm excited to get some good testing in. And
you brought Sky Striker. You call that your
The
A
round
game?
one note of the day is that we are, in fact, rusty, bro. I am definitely not up to scuff. I gotta keep learning. I really felt like I made some suboptimal plays in our first match against Leslie playing Trap Tricks. However, it's a very good matchup against us, right? We're not committing too much to the board. Trap cards aren't going to really blow us out if we get to stick the
There's no way Sky Striker loses to Trap Tricks.
Ray. We can start peeling off the back row with afterburners and really getting through. I'm also teching Eagle Booster, which is really good against the Sky Striker mirror match, but also just good in general against any rogue matchup because making something unaffected by everything, essentially a towers, is really difficult to get around. And in game two, I actually didn't open up a Ray, but after a few turns of back and forth and just controlling the game with hand traps, I ended up drawing into a Ray, and through a very long game two, I was able to take it down. Like I said, keywords rusty though. There was definitely room for improvement, and I'm hoping to see that throughout the rest of the day. Really good start.
Bro, Gage's videos always want to make me go to locals. I am sad that I don't have a locals nearby. That's like one thing I'm actually missing. I feel like streaming really helps me keep in touch with the game on a theory level. But I do miss that like weekly going to locals. Also sometimes like just playing decks. Because you have to understand, I go to tournaments, I always play what I believe to be the best deck, right? And I kind of don't like that. I sometimes do enjoy entering a tournament with something I just want to play for fun, right? That's one aspect of Yu-Gi-Oh! That I really enjoy, that I don't really do these days, right? Because, like, I don't know. It's like, yeah.
Let's hope we can clean it up for round two, you know?
There are remote locals? There are remote locals, yeah. It's, I don't know.
Everybody, say hi to Ropes. Say hi to Ropes.
I'm here late, but
So, like, we're glad you could join us, Ropes. We're glad you could be here.
Oh, tournaments? Gauge before the tournament. Everyone is bringing their A game. In fact, during the tournament, people brought Trap Tricks, Element, and Sky Striker.
First OTS packs of the new locals grind. 21, I'm looking for Rays. I do need ulti Rays. We're cooking with them, so let's see how we do. It's all right, you know, we got tons more packs to open up. I'm not that out of shape. We'll get a Ray soon. The notes aren't lying. It's a pretty good day so far. Ended up playing round 2 against Ropes. Ropes isn't new to the vlog. We've played him before. He's a YCS top competitor, so I expected to have a good match. He actually played a fancy version of his own tier limit deck. Haven't seen that thing in a while, but I'm well up to practice with Master Ball. Amazoness call. Bro, what do you think the Amazoness call sounds like? Probably something like... Ah! I'll save you the time. It went well. We got 2 over Ropes. We ended up making a misplay game 2 with Nibiru. I ended up holding it way too long, and he ended up making Grapharuclos. But even through all that... What do you think the Amazoness call sounds like? Probably something like... Ah! I'll save you the time.
He is very real for that.
It went well. We got 2 over Ropes. We ended up making a misplay game 2 with Nibiru. I ended up holding it way too long, and he ended up making Grapharuclos. But even through all that, we were still able to win that game 2 because Ropes made a huge misplay by getting rid of a Mud Dragon that was making it impossible to deal with the board. After he fused with it, I'm in there like swimwear. Round 3, we played up against
I'm
Christian
in
playing
there like
Furniture Labyrinth.
swimwear.
It's a deck I'm a little bit scared of, but I'll save you the time. It was 2-0. Ended up siding correctly. We had cards like Cosmic and Harpy Feather Duster in the side deck to deal with this exact matchup, which I fully expected to play a couple rounds of today. Glad I put those in last minute. And then we just finished round 4 up against Kramer, who is also not new to the vlog. He ended up playing a Spright build, which is probably one of the best contenders of the new meta. Starter's the only thing that got to 2. That's a little scary. But I am so much scarier. I ended up taking it down 2-1. We took the first loss of the tournament, but it was a really good match. I have in the notes that he ended up summoning Trickstar Cantina. Turn 1, game 3. I didn't know what it was going to search other than like Light Stage Corbane. I hit it with the Imperm, and that's good night, bro. He didn't have any other plays. That puts us at a 4-0 record, which means that's a guaranteed top cut. Normally people here like to split the top cut for prizing, so maybe we'll get a couple packs on the vlog. I hope so. That'd be great. Anyways, we got to play last round. Doesn't really matter how we do. We could literally just
I was wrong on the X2 apparently.
It's been a good day so far. Let's get into the last round. Yo, Pack, I don't know if you rated me, bro, but thank you. We are vlogging, my guy. Got to do the work. We are 4-0 right now, chat, if anybody's new from Pack Stream. Pretty much guaranteed top cut. We normally like to split top cut here, but this last round, we're all smiles here last round, chat. All smiles.
Just happy to be here.
Just happy to be here, man. Always a good Wednesday, you know?
Absolutely.
You pick. I'll go first. Good luck. Gari, target engage. Our first local story comes to an end in tremendous fashion. We ended up playing our very last round against a Sword Soul opponent, and it went super well. 2-0 again. We ended up dropping only 1 game this week at Top Deck Cards and Games.
See, that
The
wasn't
log has
sleeved
been filled
either,
with
chat. Why are you making fun of me?
W's. I love to see it.
That Fenrir wasn't sleeved.
And it went super well. 2-0 again. We ended up dropping only 1 game this week at Top Deck Cards and Games. The log has been filled with nothing but W's. I love to see it. Hopefully we can learn from these actions a little bit later, but I think we've got some prizes though.
Hey, listen, Val starts.
Hey, the break time is?
I was okay. I
You
overestimated the A game.
Sounds like good value to me. It sounds like good value to me. Sounds pretty easy to me.
June 1st. Oh, baby, that's 6 months after the release of that One Piece game, baby. June 1st, midnight. Let's go.
At least I'm making something back from the winnings today, right?
Pay me up, baby.
Hey, yo, Kevin. He's not only winning in locals, chat. I'm sure Kevin is just dying to tell you what else he's won at.
So, I pop in on Gage's stream every now and then just to remind him. The One Piece trading card game came out 5 months and 30 days ago. Mr. Nyhmnim here and I made a bet. He did not believe in the One Piece. It is real. So he did not believe me when I said that we would be able to maintain an 8-person local for 6 months.
And you know what they've been doing? They've been beating 8-man locals. What's the current number?
The current number...
Don't hit me with 40. I'm going to be upset, bro.
We don't average 40. We average about 30, though.
That's still insane. Come on, that's
good.
way
That's
more
pretty
than
impressive.
8. Kevin, what do I owe you here? What am I in debt to you now?
About 300.
300 fucking doubloons, bro.
Talk about engage.
Let's get a gander here. We got 11 packs, Cyberstorm Access. Don't know if I'm really looking for anything in particular. I actually need triple tactics thrusts, but I'll take what I can get here. That came out of nowhere. Wakashi. Rest in peace. Rest in peace to the super heavies.
Sorry, Josh.
Sorry, Josh. Sorry, Bean Soldier. Not a great secret. Ended up getting the
my
Lord
God,
of the
that's the worst
Swords.
one.
And the Road Ruler.
Darn.
Last pack. Anything good? How's it look, Dan?
It's very super.
I see how it looks. The prizing isn't really what matters. The real prize is that I'm a winning player. 5-0, can't complain, you know? That's as good as it gets.
The
Hopefully we
real
can maintain
prize
that
is
skill
I'm
and
a
luck to the
winning
next
player.
locals. I'll be sure to write it down.
There's another thing. Speaking of like well-made real life videos, help me out, chat. There's one channel that does, like, they've recently started doing, or maybe they've been doing it for a long time, like these GoPro locals that it's not Ruggles. No, it's not Ruggles. Duelist Cypher? Maybe that's it. Hold up. Duelist Cypher. Because I've been thinking about doing that too. Because I've been thinking about ways, like, when it comes to... Yeah, that's it. Well, I'll show you what I mean in a second. But I've been thinking about ways to make TCG content better. Because TCG content right now is like... It's kind of weird because you either talk about the game or you play DB. Which, I'm gonna be honest with you, DB is like, it's the only way to currently, for me, to stream IRL gameplay or TCG gameplay, but I'm not a big fan of it. I don't like streaming DB. It's really not even close to my favorite way of playing the game. And DB, it's not exclusive to DB, it's any simulator. I think online simulators that are not, like, Master Duel is fine, but like online simulators for the TCG, like the third party thingies, they're just all kind of cringe, honestly. So I've been thinking about ways to improve TCG content, and this one sparked my interest. We can just watch a matchup and I can show you what I mean. Let me see if there's an interesting... Dude, it's all Mathmech. It's all freaking Mathmech. Why is it all Mathmech? Hero POV, Mathmech versus Firewall Mathmech, Mathmech versus Manadium, Mathmech versus Firewall, Mathmech versus POV. What the hell? No, I want to watch one that's not Mathmech, please. This one's Kashira. That's not better. Come on. I guess we'll watch Hero POV. Alright, stop screaming at me, please.
Maybe, actually.
All right, have at it. Good luck, G.
What was your idea?
I've never been to G before. Everyone asking how much a G, but nobody asking how a G doing. That's true for really? Lovely. Okay.
The thing is, I don't know exactly how they do this, but it's kind of cool. Imagine I go to like a locals and I do this, right? I don't know exactly how they do it. If it's like a freaking GoPro strapped to their head or whatever, I'd have to find out how exactly you do this. But if you do this and then maybe we watch it together on stream and like talk about the plays, like in a way where I have the footage of my games and then we talk about the thought process behind it on stream, I feel like that could be really good.
This is awful. This is probably the worst hand ever.
It's gonna be like a $500 core, but it looks crazy.
Okay, standby phase, Runick Slumber.
We were just
Gonna special summon
before we came up here, and it's got
Hugin,
like
Runick Wing.
You'd need permission from anyone you accidentally capture. Yeah, I'd have to work out the specifics. And also I'd have to go to locals, you know. But yeah, I don't know. Oh shit, they're leaking DMs.
Yep. I ain't got no responses.
I got you. All right, gonna pull.
Wait, Spright Blue was in their DMs.
Yep.
Spright Blue. The hell you talking to, Spright Blue?
I ain't got no responses.
I got you. All right, gonna
Give me the give me the number of Spright Blue. I need that. The thing is, if I had the technology to do this, it wouldn't necessarily have to be like filming at locals. If that is a problem with the law in Germany, which it could very well be, maybe you have to blur the background or something. Maybe that'd be okay then. I'd have to work it out. But you could also just play at home, right? I could film like playtesting sessions at home and use that footage and talk over it, like talk over the thought process. I think there's some interesting potential here.
What does that do?
Add a level 6 or lower dinosaur monster from my deck.
Yeah, discard. Yeah. Discard Runick Destruction for the cost.
Yep.
Activate Runick Fountain.
Yep.
Is streaming your full-time job nowadays? Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Set a card.
Do overhead filming? You see, overhead filming is like how it's always been done, right? But I feel like this is cooler. This feels more dynamic than when you're watching like a feature match with like the top-down camera, and you can like either see both players' hands or neither player's hands. I feel like this is it's kind of sick, honestly. I think if you pair this with like commentary, if you pair this with like commentary of talking about the thought process, this is really sick. Did they just draw the third hero lives? No, it's thrust though. Bro, did we go Hugin Pass?
I'm gonna activate Hero Lives, pay half my life points. I get a special an element hero from my deck.
Alright.
You good?
Resolves. I also don't have any responses.
That's fair.
Well,
Oh, sorry.
I'll let you know if I can.
Effects. On summon, it lets me add any hero.
Alright.
Bro, what do you have? Not even a freezing curses? You add another Stratos. That's kind of a baller move. I've never done that in my life once. I've never in my life used Stratos to search Stratos.
Little jog.
That's fair. I'm gonna add Shadow Mist. Anything on Riz?
Oh, they didn't do that. Okay, never mind. I take that back. Not an alpha move.
I'm gonna activate Ferris by discarding Shadow Mist. It activates a hand response.
My pendulum zone if I was playing super heavy.
Summon, chain links, 1, 2. What this does is let me place increase in the spell and trap zone, and this will let me search an E hero or any hero. You good?
Yep.
All right, so we'll resolve this.
How much does it increase the spell zone?
No. It places. I'll show you the monster increase. So this dude, it puts him in my spell and trap
Man's
zone.
never
He's treated
played
as a
Airblade
continuous,
format? No, I
trap
haven't.
card. And then resolve Shadow
Well, I
Mist.
played during the time, but I didn't have the deck, and I don't know.
Well,
I don't
it's
think
in
that
the
was
same chain.
legal for a long time. Because Stratos is one of those cards that I believe it came out in it was a jump promo, right? And those were usually legal in NA way before they were legal in EU. So I think at the time we got Stratos, it was already limited. I don't think we ever got to play with 3 Stratos in Europe.
Sorry.
You're good.
You know me, I am confusion.
All right. Anything on Riz?
Yeah, Runick Destruction on that.
All right. So in response to your Runick Destruction, I'm going to chain increase. I'm going to attribute this as cost, and it'll summon himself.
Okay.
So he's dodging this essentially.
Reveal in hand, I can.
So now chain links will be chain link 1, and it's up to you if you want to
We've
chain
made a
your
rookie mistake.
because you did activate a.
I do.
We've made a rookie mistake.
3, and I select which one.
Yeah, you target 3, you put them on the bottom, and you draw 3. And as you do that, I'll resolve this. Summon. And then effect.
Does anyone know either does anyone know what exactly they are using to film this, or do you happen to know these people? Because I'm genuinely interested in this form of content.
To
Is it just the GoPro? YGO Cody, thank you for the full year. I appreciate that.
dump any e-hero or
How
any
much
hero monster from
is
deck to grave.
a freaking GoPro?
Cards from deck, and then you'll randomly pick one.
Anything on res?
Nope. You'll put a copy of Delicious Memory, and Delicious Memory, since they're all the same, I'll just add Delicious Memory to them.
It's a chest-mounted GoPro. Oh, it's not on the head. Yeah, I figured the on the head it would not be that good of an image because you wouldn't be able to film like the right angle. I think it's a hero deck. Well, okay. Fair enough.
Alrighty. I will now activate Vine's effects. I will banish Shadow Mist for cost. It lets me add Poly from deck to. Good.
It says neither player can activate monster effect while I control Nakongo. I take a special summon out a copy of ceremony.
Can you use fusion monsters and synchros?
At synchros, yes.
Okay.
I will.
They cost around 300 to 500 bucks. That's pretty expensive. I'll think of, yeah, that's a lot.
Link summon.
But I think it'd be good content though.
Are we in main phase right now?
Bro,
Yeah, wait a minute.
also, what's going on the left side here? Someone is rocking the fur hire purely? What is going on there? Hold up. Can we watch the game on the left side?
Okay.
Affect target.
Okay.
It'll summon them back. Affect tribute this for cost. I can add any hero outside of himself.
All right.
Per hire. Oh, nah. Why did you say that?
Yeah, the shit's sick though. I ain't gonna
Why'd
lie.
you call it
I've
per
got
hire?
one somewhere. I will activate Mally. Banish for cost to summon from deck. Sorry. These damn new sleeves, broski.
Yeah, same here. I put them all together.
Yeah, they just fall everywhere.
Yeah.
They really did. I was
Furley is also,
I
yeah,
will now-
Furley is also a good one.
and this becomes a quick
Normal summon Stratos, effect to search a hero.
Okay.
Bro, you could have popped.
Search and search.
I
they
will
could've
search a
protected.
dusted gold.
Okay.
when it becomes equipped,
Anything on res?
activate the search. Nope.
I'm getting a little
activate
motion
Dusty
sick with
Gold.
all the rocking back
I
and
can-
forth. I feel like I don't feel like it's that bad, but I get where you're coming
Discard
from,
this
yeah.
cost, and then I can add Dark Calling from deck.
Okay.
Enter battle.
On the bright side, it's a
So
door.
these make you take this out of the
Yeah.
I mean, there's no other way to do a POV though, right? There's no other way you could POV stream a Yu-Gi-Oh game if you're not doing exactly this, right? Pac also does his logos, but he does a side view. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like that form of content. I'm not in love with the side view watching a game of Yu-Gi-Oh because you're not seeing any player's hand. You don't have any commentary. I'm not a huge fan of that way of watching Yu-Gi-Oh games. And like if the way I go about my content is if I would not like to watch a certain type of content, I don't want to make it. So if I would not feel great making like just taking like the easy route in this case for me and being like, yeah, I'm just gonna mount the camera from the side, throw it live on Twitch and just call it a day. That's not the how do you call that? That's not my it's not what I like. I don't like doing that. I would like to do it better than that, right? mounted in front of you, attached to the table. See, you'd have to try it out. You'd have to try it out. Maybe you can do it in a way where you like basically where my microphone is right now, right? If I put the camera here with like a tripod and then I play in front of it, maybe that would work. Maybe it would be the same. It would be the same result, but less shaky. I could experiment with it. You know, you could either mount it to your chest or you could put it on a tripod. I think Gage did Sealed like that. Oh, has Gage done that? Does Gage sometimes do POV gameplay? We're doing some market research right now, chat. We're doing market research. Yeah, he has. Okay, where and when? Oh, here. We're doing a mix of the two. Okay. Oh, wait, I am in the wrong
Not too shabby,
scene.
you know? I'm feeling all right. I am feeling great until the very first card our opponent activates is Pot of Prosperity. No problem, bro. Go ahead, dig 6 deeper. But what a board established again. That's what I do. I activate branded.
So the thing here is, it technically works, but the angle, I think, isn't great here. Because you can't see his hand. You can see his hand, and honestly, you can't really tell which cards the opponent has. Right? Like, if you don't, like, I know right now, okay, I, as a very experienced player, I know that these are Flunder cards. So I know that this one is Map, this one is the Winds, this one is Empen, this one's Eaglin. I can tell, but as a, like, this would not be good enough for me in terms of, like, IRL TCG content. That would not be it.
Fusion, and he chains the Dreaming Town to normal summon. I'm thinking.
So what he has to do, I feel like, in this case, what he has to do is he has to add this top-down view just to tell people what is on the table, right? So like he's kind of got the POV, but just to like give you the illusion of a point of view. But I feel like the camera would need to be a little bit higher and a little bit more far back, and you'd need to hold your hand in front of the camera. I'm not sure if it's possible if you mount it to the table in order to prevent shaking. I think it's a difficult task. I might look into it seriously.
At least I can stick my Mirror Jade. Nah, he normal summons the.
We can see the stand. Yeah, I mean, you can see the stand. I don't think that's the biggest problem here. That is not. I don't think that is the biggest issue in this case.
I don't have any wins in my extra deck. What am I doing? I say, well, that was dumb of me, and I instantly concede we got to go to game 2. We open up another Insane Grip, Pot of Extrav, double Gold Sark to be able to banish McCourier, get some things rolling there. There's potential. When I Extrav 2, I end up drawing into an Effect Veiler, so again, I have the same type of disruption on his turn. This time, I'm hopefully going to be able to use it a little more efficiently. We end up making essentially the same board with the kit, as well as the Mirror Jade up at the top. We pass it back to our opponent with Veiler, as well as a live McCourier in hand. Again, let's try to use these a little better. He starts with Prosperity first to...
You should check out Winter Kills. He has a very similar style. Hold up. Winter Kills.
What is
Ooh, okay. Saturday night locals with Gold Pride. Okay, so this is once again, this is moving. I don't think the shaking is that bad, to be honest with you.
Sounds good, sounds good.
I don't think the shaking is too bad.
Alright, good luck, sir.
Yeah, this is like, this is so much better than the previous one.
Stand by main. Yep. Quota? Yeah.
People have different levels of motion sickness. What's okay for you could not be okay for others. That is fair. That is fair. But if I want to do PO, I mean, the thing is, at the end of the day, if that's the best way to do POV content, I guess I would have to live with the fact that not everyone can enjoy it, which isn't great. But maybe I don't know if that's like the other way is not really an option. I think the one where you mount it on the table and then you can't show the hand and the angle is fucked up. That's also not great, right?
Advice on it?
Yeah.
Gotta do what you gotta do sometimes.
Yeah.
So far it's okay, and I'm a world-class level motion sickness haver. Yeah, true.
Normal summon advice on it?
Yep.
Theosis?
Yeah.
Obviously talking advice on it.
Yep.
Well, let me see, what other monsters do I have on field target?
It's fine, but it feels more stable with a chest cam. Okay, so does anyone actually know which one is using which cam here? Like, are they using are winter kills using a head mounted camera? Because I can't see the difference. This looks like it's on the head. Both are head. Okay. This looks like it's head, yeah.
Target Goku, target B3, leave this on.
Good.
Chest, at least in my mind, feels like it would be more stable because I feel like you're moving your head more when you're playing than your chest. I don't know.
Get chill cash.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna be going back to my desk.
Yeah, you're fine.
Effective advice on it?
Yep.
I will banish both.
Sounds good.
No, not the Frankenderp.
My brain is fried right now. Invincible Atlas.
Post commentary or live commentary, what would be your preference? I think post commentary would be a lot better in terms of content because you could talk about your thought process. And like you focus on the gameplay, so your gameplay is the best possible. And then you worry about the commentary after. I think that'd be the best possible. Can I link you a video of what you can do with an iPhone mounted onto the table for about $20? Well, yes, but maybe it's better if you send it to me on Discord so I can look at it in like later and consider it. If you send it here, it's probably going to be lost, but I do appreciate any input on that.
Yep.
I'll summon the tail cast.
Yep.
Phantom Theosis.
Yep.
Appreciate the input.
Tail cast standing 1, Theosis standing
Link it here so we can see it as well. I mean, I don't mind if you link it right now, so if other people are interested in it too. I said Discord because it would be easier if it wouldn't be lost basically. Hold up.
So timer, can I get the dice?
One. I'll go second. Crazy.
He's setting up.
I'll just go
second.
Yep, fun. Alright, I've just now realized.
That's about what I would expect for like the video quality I think is fine if you're using an iPhone. But it's just like you don't have enough space. Right? You don't have enough space. My issue with this is not the quality, it's more like you don't have the right angle, the right distance to the to the board that, like, you know, if I'm looking at the hand, I can't see the rest of the board. Whereas in the other, it was like a lot better. Like, you could see the hand, and you can, like, you see like the difference. You get a lot more information onto the screen if you do it, if you get more distance from the gameplay. So yeah. Why not just put the camera on the edge of the table, angle it so you can see your hand in the field? All this, I appreciate all the ideas, all the input. All this to say, I've been seeing these types of videos recently, and it really has made me think, because I do want to explore this form of content creation. I really do want to look into this form of content creation, because I think IRL TCG gameplay is like, it's basically, I want to do for the TCG what I did for Master Duel when I streamed the World Championship qualifier, right? Where I did nothing but just try to play as best as I can and provide that gameplay. I think that type of competitive gameplay is lacking in Yu-Gi-Oh! We've got a lot of theory talk. We've got a lot of, you know, stuff like that. I'm doing that stuff, that type of content already. What I think is missing is good TCG gameplay. And I don't think we have that pretty much at all. Except for we have YCS live streams, but those only happen every other week, every other month. And they are, you know, not something that I can produce, basically, right? And I feel like that is something that I can really look into, and what exactly the best way to do that will be, I don't know. But I don't think it's the really like top-down view or side view, no commentary, like just stream a locals with like top-down view. I don't think it's not bad, but I think people only watch that because there's nothing better. You know what I mean? I think people only watch that type of content because there's nothing better in terms of competitive content, right? The thing is, the only thing currently is I don't have a setup for IRL gameplay, right? I just simply don't have a setup for that type of stuff. Whether I'm gonna look into this, it's definitely a project that's on my mind. I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. I don't know what made me think of it. Oh, the Gage video made me think of that. Yeah. So that is definitely something that's on the back of my mind. You'd have to find good opponents. My main issue with these local videos is how bad the gameplay is. Fair. Yeah, I mean, it depends, right? I was thinking if I have the setup for that, I could also do things like invite people to my house, and we get good gameplay in there. Definitely a possibility. We'll see. Rektaler Schmerz, De Vivo, and Enmi, thank you guys so much for the subs, the new subs, the resubs. Appreciate all of you. Appreciate that. Okay. Let me get some music back in here. It's realistic to locals. That's another thing, right? It's like, yes, the gameplay at locals is worse, but that is the locals experience, right? I mean, in that sense, it's true to the, it's like the essence, right? It's realistic, but it would also, in terms of competitive content, it wouldn't be ideal, right? It's authentic, but it's still not the best way to provide competitive content, right? Because when people, in that sense, if people want to prepare for like a YCS, it's not really helpful if you are watching suboptimal locals gameplay, right? That can't be the end-all be-all solution to TCG IRL content, right? Have you reacted to the new cards yet? Depending on what you mean, we've reacted to the new Link monster and the new Future Fusion type spell. Yeah. Okay. Let's build a Runick for hire deck, shall we, chat? That sounds like a good idea. Hold up. Okay. The thing is, I don't think I have the full Runick core yet. For higher core. Of course, I have a Runick core, but I don't think I have everything for the fur hires. I am not an owner of all the furries. I have a Rafale, I have Rexes, and I have a rookie. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think the only one I'm missing for Dinka Boy's list would be a Donpa, right? That's the only one I'm missing. Correct? Yeah, okay. I can work with that. The Donpa, I believe I ordered it already. It should be on the way. And then we're looking at 3 tips, 3 destruction, 3 fires, 3 curses, 3 slumbers, 2 fountains. That's all they played, right? They played 15 Runicks. I don't know about that, but we'll see. 15 Runicks, 17 with this. This is 9 cards, 10 with the Donpa, so we're on 27. They played 3 blue, 1 jet, red carrot, starter. So that would be 3, 4, 7 more. Yeah, that is all. Okay, let me sleeve those up. I have sleeves for this somewhere. Where did I put them? There. You can play this in Master Duel too, though? I think you can, yeah. Actually, do you have all the cards for this? Yeah, you technically could, but it's like not the same format. Wasn't blue semi-limited? No, starter was semi-limited. A very severe hit to the entire Spright community. And don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Spright has been hit sufficiently with two starters. We've suffered enough. Has the Spright community not suffered enough? The Runick Spright community? I feel like we have. We've suffered enough. 2 fountain and 2 starter? Dude, you've hit 2 of our main cards on the last ban list. We've suffered enough, truly. We should never experience another hit on the ban list ever again to Runick or Spright. Enough is enough, I say. Don't forget Elf and Ronin. I will never forget Elf and Ronin. Is OCG Spright with 1 blue, 1 jet, 1 starter even playable? I mean, in OCG, Spright is not its own deck anymore at all. You could only ever play Spright cards in a deck that already plays a bunch of level 2s and you just play it as like a bonus, but I don't really think so. Do you play with the official Konami main deck sleeves? I double sleeve them. Like I used to never use these, but since they allow double sleeving, I think they're actually pretty nice. Like the thing is, if you use these without double sleeves, it's the worst mistake of your life. Don't ever use any sleeves like this without double sleeves, because they will break. They are so hard to shuffle. They are terrible, but if you can double sleeve these, they're actually pretty cool, I think. I like double sleeves. I'm a big fan of these. If you shuffle those sleeves once, they become dust. Pretty much. Pretty much accurate, yeah. Are you going to Worlds? I am going to Worlds, yes. For currently, the plan is that I'm going to be playing Master Duel Worlds, because there's no guarantee I'm going to qualify for TCG, but I have qualified for Master Duel, yeah. Which oversleeves did you like the best? I'm using, what's it called? I think they're Dragon Shields. I haven't really tried all of it. I haven't really tried much in those. I've just gotten these once, liked them, and kept using them. Do you get a Vanquish Soul core for yourself? I haven't yet. No, I don't know if I will. Like, once again, like I said, I like the deck, but I think it's mostly, if I get it, it would mostly be a fun deck, and I don't know if I'm willing to spend that much money on a fun deck. All right, so this is 33 cards now. And there's going to be one more Donpa. Let me just prox the Donpa real quick. Chat, this is Donpa. Let me introduce you to Donpa whatever for hire. So this would be 34 cards. The question is, what do we do in terms of non-engine for the current format? I feel like we can't go wrong with evenly. Would be my first instinct to throw evenlies in here and then maybe talents. Do you have Folgo and Donner? I have Donner, but Folgo I have ordered. Folgo I have ordered. I haven't received them yet. So I'll get Folgos. Yeah. The thing is, what we could also do, chat, is we could also just play more Runicks. Like it doesn't have to be. We have 34 cards now. It wouldn't have to be 6 more. It wouldn't have to be 6 non-engine. We could also play more Runicks. Like other things you could also do is you could run more jets. You could run more jets. That's not out of the question. Just to get more consistent opening hands. What is this angle, dude? What is the problem with the angle? I don't get it. It's the angle at which I could mount my second webcam. I can't really do anything about the angle. Can go to 17 Runicks? I mean, yeah. Josh, how do I get tickets if they are all sold out for German nationals? You don't. If they're sold out, they're sold out. I don't know what to tell you, brother. There's no more tickets. There's a few things that I think are like the ticket system. I'm genuinely a fan of the fact that they've introduced tickets for tournaments. There is one thing I find weird this year in particular, though. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the tickets for the European Championship are already sold out. Right? So, what happens? Let's say you don't have your qualification yet for the European Championship, and now you go ahead and you top German nationals. What do? You get your qualification next week, and then you can't play Euros? That's kind of sad. That's not a great way to do it, I feel like. It's accounted for? What does that mean? Imagine you win German Nats and can't go. I mean, the funny thing is, the winner of German Nats, I think, gets a paid trip and everything to Euros, right? You get like and you get a VIP package for Euros, but then you can't play. I think. They reserved those? They probably did. Yeah, they probably did. All right, so let me find my evenlies. There are my evenlies. Where are my talents? There's one. Where's my talents? Do you also play Duel Links? I'm gonna be honest. I like Duel Links a lot in general. But I had one big issue with Duel Links, which is the reason why I don't play it anymore, because I used to play Duel Links. But I don't agree with the payment system of Duel Links. Quite simple. I hate that, and it feels like you're being ripped off by playing Duel Links, and I just hate that feeling. So I eventually stopped playing Duel Links. Why can I only find one of my talents? Hold up. Might be in one of these. Oh yeah, I think that's it. Oh yeah. Oh, there's my other. Yeah, okay. My third fountain and my third starter, Sag. F in chat for Runick and Spright, who have been shafted so hard. Not even funny. Super big F, yeah. 07. Turbo F. Turbo F. What do you think about Power Spell Spright going second at the moment? I think Pure Spright in general, ever since they banned Elf, I think Pure Spright is in a difficult situation. I don't love it anymore since... Well, I love it, but I don't like it in terms of its... I don't think it's that great anymore. Where you just... Without Elf, you're just not really doing anything in Pure Spright. Okay, so this is 40 cards. Let me double sleeve it because I want to shuffle it. And I hate shuffling these sleeves. I can't do that. I need to double sleeve it. Also not sponsored, but these are the ones I use currently. I don't know. It's not, this is not a sponsored thing, but this is what I use. When are you getting ulti blues? I will not get ulti blues. Where do you buy yours? See, the thing is, I tried these once. I tried these once and I liked them. And what I did then was I hit up a friend who ordered me an entire case of them. So I have like a lifetime supply of these, which is why I'll probably also not try any others. Like I'll just not switch because I have like 30 more packs laying around. So I don't ever have to worry about it. That's how I went about it. Thinking about doing the same. It's like if you ever like, I feel like in a trading card game, if you ever settle on like one of your like your favorite accessories, you don't really ever have a reason to switch, right? So I like, for example, the same thing I do with like my favorite sleeves that are not like, that don't have a logo on it or anything, are KMC hypermats. So I did the same thing with those. I have like 50 packs laying around, so whenever I don't ever have to go to events and buy sleeves. It's just I have the ones that I use. And this is how it looks double sleeve. And I don't know, they shuffle well. They shuffle well, and I was happy with those. So I settled on these. The only thing I have been doing recently is I've been switching around like my extra deck sleeves. I've been using different sleeve chief sleeves. And this is a sponsor, but I use them because I genuinely like them, like different versions of OCG sleeves, like these or these. Like I like to switch it up on my extra deck with some of the different OCG sleeves. I like the yellow ones the best out of the ones I got. Let me see if I find some. Yeah, these ones. These ones I think are dope. So these have been my extra deck ones I've been using recently. I like these a lot. And in London I used these because they're also pretty cool. So like I usually do my main deck, I do like this, and then the extra deck I switch it up depending on what I like at the moment. That's how I've been handling sleeves recently. Do you use the same double sleeves for your extra? Yeah, I just use the same ones. Because I think one pack has 60, but the extra deck sleeves, they don't really wear off because they you don't shuffle them, right? So the extra deck ones usually last a lot longer. Where did you get the OCG sleeves? From Sleeve Chief. Genuinely. They are my sponsor, but I genuinely did get them from Sleeve Chief. You can go ! sleeves. They had a restock last Sunday, but they usually sell out relatively quickly. But yeah, they're not the cheapest. I'm gonna be honest, because they have to be imported all the way from Japan. But the thing is, if you treat them accordingly, if you double sleeve them, they really should never break. Like, you should be able to use them pretty much forever. If you find the design that you like and you double sleeve them and you're careful when you sleeve them and everything. Yes, it's expensive for sleeves, but you'll be able to use them for a long time. Like, I've been using these sleeves. I've been using these for like a long time as well, because I always double sleeve them. I've been wanting the Kurikara sleeves for ages, but they're always out of stock. They are pretty sick, yeah. Do you think with the lower power level of this format, going second strats will be the way to go? I don't think so, no. Like, I think going second is possible with decks like Purely, maybe. But I don't really see a reason in most other decks to just go second. I think a lot of decks are still really powerful at going first. Most importantly, like Runick variations. You definitely don't want to go second against Runick variations, I think. What do you think of Montage Dragon Monster Mash in Edison? Sounds fun, but probably not that good. Thoughts on Striker? Unfortunately, I think Striker is overrated. I know people like to cope on Sky Striker and like the deck a lot. I personally like the deck too. I just don't think it's that good in current Yu-Gi-Oh! What size are the transparent ones to contain card plus sleeve? So that's the thing. I don't know exactly what size they have to be. I don't know if it says on here. Okay, it's 59 millimeters. No, it says fits over 59 times 86, which I think is a regular Yu-Gi-Oh! Sleeve. I don't know what the thing is. These are smaller than Magic card sleeves, which is what's it called? The standard size. They are not just standard size sleeves. They are slightly bigger, of course, than Japanese size, which is the size of Yu-Gi-Oh! Sleeves. But they are specifically made for double sleeves on Japanese. That's what it says on the thingy. It says Japanese size outer sleeves. So I don't know exactly what size you're looking for, but like the size of a Yu-Gi-Oh card sleeve. Yeah, it says fits over 59 times 86 cards, sleeved in regular Japanese sized sleeves. That's what I don't know. I don't know exactly what dimensions you're looking for. Are oversleeves better than Japanese size perfect sleeves? Do you mean inner sleeves? Because technically when you double sleeve, you can also, instead of putting an oversleeve over your sleeve, you could also put an inner sleeve. So I don't like that for multiple reasons. So the first reason is I tried that once and it felt weird. It felt weird putting an inner sleeve into another sleeve. I don't know. I didn't like that. Because it would also lead to like the cards like sticking out at the top because they were like too big now. And I also don't like that when I'm putting an oversleeve, I'm protecting the cool sleeve. Right? I'm protecting the cool sleeve by putting an outer sleeve. If I put an inner sleeve, I still can't play any of the cool sleeves. Like, you know, because all these small inner sleeves are transparent. So I think it kind of defeats the purpose of double sleeving in that sense. I like this a lot more. I like this a lot more than inner sleeves. Does it matter you get sleeves at every event? I mean, look, you don't get sleeves at every event. No, that's not true. And these sleeves are expensive. These official Yu-Gi-Oh sleeves, they are like, if you damage these after 1 or 2 tournaments, that's genuinely not cool. Like, you lose a lot of money on that. Why do you not play Mayhem for hire? I don't think you need it. I think you just need the one that you search off of Rex, the rookie. They force you to use them in the US. Yeah, I think if you get, what is it, top 8, they force you to re-sleeve your deck in these. But I mean, if you're forced to do it, then it's not an option. You don't have to talk about whether it's optimal or not. If you have to do it, you have to do it. Top 16, okay. Why did you have that one card facing backwards? It's a proxy. I'm missing one card, so I'm just indicating that. It should be in the mail soon. I've already ordered it. Striker is still dead because Runicks are full power. I don't think that is the reason. The reason why Sky Striker isn't great is not because Runick exists. I don't think they are the same deck, but just better. But I think Sky Striker in general is just a little bit outclassed by current meta decks. I think the one Sky Striker version, unironically, that I think is maybe viable is Runick Sky Striker. It's not something I've tested. It's not something that I've seen anywhere. It's not something that I see people talk about or experiment with. It's just a gut feeling that I have that that deck is not terrible. Have you tried the Fairy deck in Edison? I want to start playing the format, but I'm not sure on the deck. Which one do you recommend? Also, what about dragons? The Fairy deck, I think, is pretty good. If you want to start with a deck, that's a good one to start with. The Dragon deck, I don't like. Does it not bother you that you don't have all the cards in the same language? Usually, when it comes to language, I will say I'd simply prefer English. I try to get everything in English if I can. If it's not possible, I don't mind playing a different language, genuinely. Like, very often, if there's a certain card that is, like, hyped in price or something, and, like, it's getting expensive, and all the English copies are getting very, very hard to find, I don't have a problem ordering it in German or even in other languages. Like, I genuinely don't care. Like, if it's, like, a Spanish or Italian. Very often... There's there was one card recently I ordered in Italian because it was so expensive in other languages. It was one of the cards that was hyped because of Purely. That one rare XYZ card. Which one was that? It was like one of the Slacker Magician, I think. Slacker Magician was like getting bought out to like crazy extent. and I just wanted one, and I found, like, on Card Market, I found an Italian one for, like, I don't know what it was, €1, €2, something like that. It wasn't much. In those cases, I genuinely don't care. The only time that language ever bothers me is I don't like mixing within a playset. That bothers me in general. Like, rarity-wise, language-wise, all that type of stuff, mixing within a playset, I don't like that. And in general, I prefer English because it's the one language that gives you the least amount of trouble at an event, right? Because anyone is supposed to be able to read English cards, right? You never have a problem of someone not knowing what the card does, needing to explain it, whatever. If you have an English card, you just hand them over the card and they are supposed to read it. You know what I mean? Like 2 English and 1 German prosperity? Yeah, something like that would bother me. But German cards are cheap and some Germans don't want to speak English. Like I said, if there's a huge price, like a lot of my cards are German. And a lot of in a lot of the cases it doesn't matter, because if in reality, if you ever face someone at a European event and they don't know what your card does, you can just explain it to them, and if they still don't understand or whatever, they don't believe you or whatever, they can still look it up on Neuron. That usually it's not a problem. So at the end of the day, it's just, if I have the choice, I pick English. But if for some reason I get a German copy or whatever, I don't have a problem. Like, for my entire Runick core is German, because I just happened to I don't even know why it's German. Because I think it's because I won a couple boxes of Tactical Masters at an event, at a regional. I think we opened them on stream, and I pulled a couple of German Runick cards, and I was like, I'm gonna order the rest also in German, right? And so that's why my Runick core is German, and my Spright core is German, because I ordered on release of Power of the Elements, I bought a case and I bought a German one. I don't remember why I bought a German one, but I did. And so now I have a German Spright core, and that's what it is. Napian, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate the continuous support. Means a lot to me. Thank you. Translation are usually the easiest issue to fix at European. Yeah, they're not a real issue. They're not a real issue, yeah. It would be a bigger deal. It would be a bigger deal if you were going to, if anyone is watching from North America, the policies, at least the last time I played there, the policies were different. Holy shit, Napian! You can't stop, can you? 15 gift subs. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. We hit another sub goal. 1,400 again. You guys are crazy. Thank you. We're going to play the remix, and then I'm going to finish that thought. I'm going to hold the thought, but we need to play a remix. Thank you, Napian. All right. All right. That would be a 40 card deck. All right. Thank you again, Napian. Very kind of you. Appreciate you. You know what? I'm not going to update the sub goal for today. 1,400 is way more than enough. You've supported way more than enough today. What was my thought? What was I talking about? Oh yeah, NA events. In Europe, you don't really have a problem if you turn up with any language, because the policies just says any language is legal no matter what in Europe. But I believe at least this once again, this might have changed. This might have changed since I last went to a US event. But I last time I went there, the rule was as followed: if you don't play an English card, if they're not English, you have to provide a translation. That may have changed since Neuron was a thing, because back then Neuron didn't exist. Right? You need a translation printed out. Is that still the case? Any language? Oh no, not Japanese or Chinese. TCG languages. Sorry, I should have clarified. Yeah, that could have been. Yeah, no, not OCG, not OCG languages. Only TCG languages. The way it was back then, and I didn't know that, and it was pretty painful back then because I didn't have translations for my cards. And we didn't have Neuron back then. I didn't know that was a thing. Like I played some German cards and I didn't have a translation. So during the there was like a round where it was really cringe, honestly. My worst experience at an NA event was like I had one opponent who during game 1 they asked for a translation on a card, right? Or they called a judge because they were like, you need a translation for that. It was Armageddon night, chat. It was Armageddon night. And they looked at my Armageddon night and they were like, do you have a translation for that? I was like, I don't. And they were like, okay, I'm gonna call a judge. And they called a judge and the judge was like, you need a translation for your cards. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. So they were like, okay, I'm gonna give you a warning, and then after the match you have to like write translations of your cards and provide them to your opponents. I was like, okay, I'll do that. And then that opponent would, on every single German card I played, they would ask for a translation, every single one, and they would call a judge over like multiple times. And then eventually during game 3, they did the small tiny error of calling the judge again for the same Armageddon night as they already did in game 1. And so they got a game loss for sharking. Because they called for the same card that they had already asked for a translation. They already had the translation for a freaking Armageddon night, and they called again. They were like, I don't know what that card does. And then the judges was like, you know what? That's enough. Because literally they've called... I don't remember exactly, but they've called multiple times. And yeah, at that point, it was just like, dude, it's enough. All right, it's enough. Anyways, that was my cringe experience with, yeah, I don't know, yeah. So long story short, if you're not playing English cards at an NA event, you should have translations prepared, which that part was on me. That part was on me where I didn't know that back then, because I think that was the first time I played an NA YCS. All right, the extra deck cards for this deck. When you play in an event, do you get nervous? Oh yeah, I get nervous. I don't think it's about if you play a lot of events, you don't get nervous anymore. I think what changes is that being nervous doesn't affect my plays that much anymore. It still does, don't get me wrong. I still misplay in feature matches especially. That happens a lot. But it happens less often. I'm like more resilient to misplays, if you want to phrase it that way. Like I see my opponents getting nervous a lot more and it impacting them a lot more than it impacts me usually. My issue with double sleeving is the space in the box. Well, yeah, you just have to get a box where the deck fits. Yeah, that's true. I can't imagine, honestly, a double sleeving a 60 card deck. I haven't done that yet. I haven't played a 60 card deck since YCS Prague 2017. So, yeah. That would maybe be a problem. Okay, what was the extra deck for the Runick deck? I know it's 2 Donner and 2 Folgos. I don't have the Folgos yet. It's definitely IP Gigantic, right? Oh, there was Munin. Right, there was Munin. Where do I have Munin? I have Munin somewhere for sure. Maybe I have Folgo? I don't think I have Folgo. Here's another example of a card that eventually went up and then I just ordered it in Italian because it was cheaper. My Squalo Gatto. These are also a waste now. I feel like I'm never gonna be able to use these. I'm never gonna be able to use these. That's a shame. I was looking forward to actually using these. Munin. Now let's check if I have a Folgo. New support will save it? Well, oh yeah, genuinely the new support might make it playable. Still. Do I have a Folgo somewhere, maybe randomly? I don't think so. Jump scare. You should do that more often, maybe with some non-lyrics background music. I do think it's pretty chill. I do think it's a pretty chill stream whenever we do this. It's just I'm not like how do you say this? I can't manufacture. I'm not gonna unsort my cards just to be able to do a sorting stream. You know what I mean? I can't like. I do this because I genuinely have to do it, right? Yeah. So I don't know. Is this worth building in Master Duel? Let me think. I mean, you can play Runick for higher Spright in Master Duel. The question is it optimal for Master Duel? Because Master Duel has more tools for Spright. Let me make it clear. The only reason, I believe, the only reason why in the TCG we're playing Runick Spright mixed with other decks is because the pure Runick Spright that we played previously isn't good anymore, right? That's the only problem. Your pure Runick Spright was way superior than Life Twin Runick Spright or Furhire Runick Spright, I think. Like if I could, what I'm saying is if I could, I would still jam freaking Iperia Capshell all day with Runick Spright and Elf. If I could do that, you know. The only reason why we have to play these cards is because we don't have Elf anymore, right? Like, because we don't have Elf anymore, we have to make up for its grind game potential by, like, the pure end board isn't strong enough anymore. So we have to add, like, Furhire cards or Life Twin cards to the mix. Or maybe even there's other possibilities. I don't know what else you could do with, like, Runick Spright and another engine. The reason why this is worse than pure Runick Spright is because pure Runick Spright literally couldn't brick and would always draw insane, pretty much. Like, not even close. Like, basically, in a Runick Spright deck, back then when we had Elf, this hand, this was pretty much already the nuts. Right? And you could play, like, you could max out your Spright engine, max out your Runick engines. You would consistently always draw this. Right? And this can be any other Runick. This can be any other Spright. Hell, this can even be Iperia. Right? It doesn't matter. This is, like, you would pick almost any 2 cards out of my Runick Spright deck from YCS Utrecht. Almost any 2 cards are just, like, insane together. Right? But now, also, what's up, Doug? How you doing? The Batman, thank you for the gift sub to Doug. It's a really cool modern direct example of power versus consistency. Kind of, yeah. Like the deck is less consistent now because you need to draw one of these cards now. Well, you don't need to, but your deck is a lot better if you draw one of these, right? In this deck's example, right? In the Life Twin example, this would be a... Where'd I put the Life Twins? In the Life Twin example, it'd be like one of these. Right? Instead. They're interchangeable in this example. They're like the same card, essentially. In the context of Runick Spright, these cards are the same. Because they make your combo actually broken, right? Because this now isn't bad, but it's also not busted anymore, right? Like this is not busted anymore because it just doesn't end on what it used to end on. And so we're throwing these into the mix, right? We're throwing these into the mix. I'm not sure what is better because people are asking in chat right now what's better, Fur Hire or Life Twin. I personally have a lot of experience with the Life Twin deck. I don't have a lot of experience with the Fur Hire deck. I have a feeling that the Fur Hire deck might even be better, and that's why I want to explore it a little bit more. Currently, I'm gonna say one thing, and that's all the info I have, is that currently, if German Nationals was this weekend, I would bring this deck. But German Nationals is not this weekend, it's 1 week after. And for that, we're going to do more testing. We're going to do more theorizing on stream. I'm going to be honest, as much as I do care about German Nationals, but I think German Nationals is an event that I typically like to take it not as seriously as I like to take a YCS or Euros. For German Nationals, I don't hate doing some like testing on stream because let's be real, both of these decks are not like top secret type of shit. You know, both of these decks are out there. I don't think there is honestly much innovation you can even do on the Fur Hire Runick deck because like literally 34 cards are set in stone. And you know, you just have to play like that. Why do you think Fur Hire might be better? I think, okay, let me phrase it that way. In a vacuum, I think the Life Twin deck is better. Because the Life Twin engine, if you look at the cards you play for Life Twins, you'll notice a few things. This is my Life Twin package from YCS London, right? I played eight Life Twins. 7 out of these 8 Life Twins are very good in your opening hand, right? And if you wanted to, you could play even more, right? You can theoretically play up to 12 copies of the Life Twin normal summon because you can play 3 Sunny Snitch and 3 what's it called? Secret Passcode. So you can go up to 12 opening cards with Life Twins, as much as you want, basically. For Fur Hire, the ratios are a lot different because you played 3 Fossil Dick and 3 Rex. Those are the ones you want to draw, right? 6 copies, not more. You don't get more than that. And then you play a lot of engine requirements. Rafale, Beat, and this one is a proxy for Donpa. I don't have Donpa yet, pardon me. And a rookie Fur Hire. That's like the minimum you have to do. And honestly, probably what you should do is play the minimum of engine requirements. So what you're doing here is you have 6 cards that are good to draw and 4 which on their own all are not very good to draw. Like 1 Rafale doesn't do shit, 1 Beat doesn't do shit, 1 Donpa doesn't do shit, at least it's level 2 I guess. And Rookie Fur Hire alone also isn't great. I guess there might be some lines where you go Munin and then you can Rookie Fur Hire it into the Rex, but then the Rex doesn't have a search target, so it's all kind of useless. So you can discard him. I know you can discard him, but if you discard one of these, it still doesn't do anything unless you find the Rex, right? Without the Rex, these don't do anything. That's the point that I'm making, right? Without the Rex, these don't do anything. So the engine, I think, is less consistent. The engine is less consistent, and the ratios that you're being offered on the engine is not great because basically when the think of it as like the Fur Hire engine someone trying to sell the Fur Hire engine to you, being like, hey, yeah, you put these 10 cards into your deck, 6 of them are good draws. And then if you draw one of those 6, it's really nice. You know, that's kind of the deal you're getting, right? 10 slots in your deck, 6 of them are really good. 4 of them are kind of bricky and risky, right? But the payoff is pretty good, right? On Life Twins, it's a little bit different. You're like, basically, you can manipulate this to as much as you want. You can play a custom amount of life. You can play 4, you can play 12, you can play any amount in between. You have the choice, basically, on how consistent you want it to be. And then you have the Kiss a Kill Frost, which is a bonus. It'll draw you 1 more card if you resolve the full combo. But you don't have to play it. If you don't want that, extra card at the cost of playing a potential break, then you don't have to play the Kiss a Kill Frost. You don't have to. But you can, right? And it also, if you decide to play the Kiss a Kill Frost, one thing you also have to be aware of is that it turns Sunny Snitch into an extender. Like if I draw these 2 and I play Frost, this is not redundant, right? Because I can go Kiss a Kill, summon Lila, and then I go Sunny Snitch Frost, and Frost can summon itself when I have this on the board, right? So like, even then they remove redundancies sometimes, right? However, that's another thing that the For Hire engine is better at, by the way. The For Hire engine is way better at drawing like redundant cards. Like this is not redundant, whereas this is, right? This is not redundant. I think this is also not redundant. And if this is Dawnpaw, it's also not redundant. This is redundant. This is redundant, and this is also redundant. But I think redundancy is an argument. It is an argument, but redundancy is a smaller argument when it comes to Runick, because Runick can discard. In that moment, I think redundancy, being able to discard actually matters, right? Being able to like say, hey, when you draw these cards in multiples, you can discard one. Fair argument. The reason why I think the For Hire might be better, because all of this sounds like, honestly, I'm talking myself into liking the Life Twins more and more. But one reason why I think the For Hires are pretty good is they have, in some cases, better synergy. One thing that I really don't like about the Life Twins, and this has a lot of applications in actual games, is that Life Twins need to be the first thing you do on your turn, right? You are forced to start with the Life Twins, and this has a lot of negative implications, right? It has a lot of negative implications. For example, you cannot play around Droll and Lockbird at all with this deck. If you open with a Runick spell and a Life Twin, you don't have the option to Runick spell in the draw phase to play around Droll and Lockbird to find your fountain or Effect Veiler. You know, you can't do that. You simply can't do that. You have to summon your Life Twin first. What it also means is if you start with a hand of no Life Twins, very often you'll be able to draw 1 or 2 cards with your Runicks. Usually it's 2. Because you go 1 Runick to summon Hugin to grab Fountain, activate another Runick, draw 2 cards, right? Unless you have Tip, which in that case it's insane. Or you have another Runick to discard. Drawing into a Rex is just as good as if you opened it. Drawing a Lila after you've done your Runick stuff is not the same as if you've opened it, right? And in a deck that inherently draws a lot of cards, that is not a good thing. Now, another thing though, you have to realize that while I say drawing into a Lila after you've already drawn with Fountain and committed to the board isn't a great thing, it still isn't a bad thing because of the nature of Spright. Let's say I have a Hugin on the board already and I draw into a Lila, it's still full combo. Why do you care if you draw it later? Well, because the Life Twins read, if this card is normal or special summoned and you control no other monsters, you can summon the other one from the deck. And so if you start with Hugin if you start with Hugin and then you draw into your Lilla, you don't get the full potential, but you still get full combo, right? That's what you have to realize too, is because, you know, you overlay, you make Gigantic, you summon the other one from the deck, or you sprint, send the other one. It's not the end of the world, but it is a negative, right? It's a negative where, like, you're just losing a card for free. Like, you have to use your Gigantic on that. That did happen a fair amount. It did happen a fair amount to me where I had to do this and then go for Gigantic into the other one, and then I would not have access to my sprites. Because normally Gigantic would summon my blue, but in this case I wouldn't be able to. Which is also why I think in the Life Twin version, you play some more jets. Because you really want to open the jet. Maybe dumb, but what makes the Life Twins better than Nimbles? I don't think that's a dumb question at all. I think Nimbles, like, it's a very hard thing to grasp, and it was also a hard thing for me to realize, because in the beginning, when I built my first Runick Spright deck, back in the day, even before YCS Utrecht, the very first Runick Spright deck I built, literally the first card I put in after putting in the Runicks and the Sprites was the Nimbles. Because I was like, dude, there's no way you don't play these cards in this deck, because Nimble Angler is a perfect discard, and Nimble Beaver is a perfect normal summon for Spright. And why would you not play those cards? And I understand that sentiment, right? I understand that, but the thing that I realized at a certain point is that Runick Spright decks, even though these cards have synergies, you're right, it has synergies. You're not wrong. It's a good question. The one thing that Runick Spright deck doesn't need is a way to vomit more bodies onto the field. Because literally the entire deck already does that. So even though those cards have synergies, they do something that you simply don't need. You can't convert those bodies into anything. What's the point? If I open, let's say I open a Runick, an Angler, and a Spright monster, I literally have a way to put like 8 level 2 bodies onto the field with that hand. What do I do with that? What do I end on? It doesn't do anything. And this is what this is why you need the Life Twins or the Fur Hires specifically. Is because they provide you something that is much more valuable than just bodies. They provide you extra deck access that you need, and they also, both of those engines give you an insane grind game, right? It's not about value strictly. It's genuinely, you don't have any good extra deck options in pure Runick Spright anymore. You don't have anything you can go into. You can make an IP and maybe a Djinn Buster. And that's pretty much the only good interactive pieces that you have without adding anything else into Spright. Right? Melfi's. You can play Melfi's, but I don't know if that will not win you the game, I don't think. So what these cards do is they allow you access to certain extra deck pieces that you need to have, because Runick just doesn't, Runick Spright alone without Elf simply doesn't have the extra deck tools to win the game. You're gonna run out. If you play Runick Spright, you don't expect your end board to auto win you the game. Never. Well, sometimes it does, but it's not supposed to do that, right? You're not making the craziest end board where your opponent is like, yes, I can't play through that, I'm just gonna scoop. No. Most of the time, when you play a Runick Spright deck, you do your thing turn 1 very consistently, and your opponent is gonna start playing into it. Right? And then you need to win on the turn after, or even the turn after, or even the turn after that. Like, the deck grinds, right? But without Elf, pure Runick Spright basically has all of its stuff. Like, it does Masquerena, Djinn Buster once, and then it's out of gas from the extra deck. It doesn't have anything, right? It doesn't have anything left. And that's where evil twins come in, right? And then the fact that these cards, honestly, they could be vanillas. As long as they give you access to these cards, they would be valuable. Because like I said, anytime you draw into these with a Runick after you've already committed to the field, they're basically vanillas. Very often, if you don't open these cards, you treat them like vanillas. They don't have an effect sometimes. It's just for their name. Just because they give you access to these two guys. Right? And the Fur Hires, even though their effects obviously matter, it's also way more about the fact that they give you access to Folgo. Which Folgo, literally, Folgo hits the board in a grind game. You can't lose, right? And we simply don't have an equivalent to that that's generic. Right? We don't have an equivalent to that that's generic anymore since they banned Elf. You're showing some test hands. We could do some test hands. I don't have the extra deck quite set up. Let me quickly set up the extra deck. I don't have Folgo. We're gonna have to prox Folgo, but we can hold up. So it's IP Gigantic. Did they play Unicorn? They probably played Unicorn, right? We definitely play Mannequin Cat. Oh yeah, there was a Scareclaw Tryhard for the branded matchup. I have that somewhere. Did they play Nightmares? They play Nightmares. I feel like Nightmares makes sense with Folgo in the mix. Not sure if you have room for it. Tryhard. Just Phoenix. Okay, so wait, but we have a lot of room still. 4 of these, 2 Donner, 2 Folgos that I don't have. That's 8, 10, 11, 13. Oh no, 14. There's only one more. What am I missing? What am I missing? Is there a Link 4? Oh, there was Gin Buster. Okay. There was Gin Buster. I like that. I like whenever I'm able to play Gin Buster. See if I can find 15 of these because I like these. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nah. No, it's fine. We're gonna mix sleeves. We're gonna do something unheard of. Just mix sleeves. The deck thick? Oh yeah, it's freshly double sleeved. As thick as it gets for a 40 card deck. Pack, what do you think? What is the I'm 34 card Runick for higher Spright? What is the 6 non-engine I play? Is it evenly in talents? I'm not sure about talents, but what is the 6? I think evenly is one of them. I think evenly is one of them. For sure. Ash? Ash? I think Ash only makes its way into this deck, genuinely, if there's a lot of branded. Like a lot of branded. Could be droplets if you want out to branded. Oh, right, because they if they gimmick puppet lock, then it would be with Sanctifier. But like, I mean, can't you just like freezing curses the thingy as well? You already have outs to it, right? Is the Sanctifier only in main phase, or is it whenever? Oh, it can't be targeted. Why did they add that little sentence to it? Why would they do that? Why would they do such a cringe thing as making it untargetable? What does a hand of Sprites and Runick do? Well, I mean, it draws into Rex, surely. That's what I'm trying to figure out. It draws into Rex, right? That's another downside, maybe, of like, it doesn't, like the other deck, the Life Twin deck, if it draws just Sprites and Runicks, we could go Sprint and Gigantic to access the Life Twins. Isn't Rex level 2? It is level 2, but if you Gigantic for Rex, it becomes a lot worse because you're already locked. Right? You're already locked, so you can't use the Rookie for hire on that turn, and you can't make Fall go. You maybe I mean, we can try it. We can try it out. You're talking yourselves into twin again? I mean, maybe. To be clear, I think both versions are good, and I'm going to be fine either way if I pick one of those two decks. But I'm going to be real, I don't have that many other options. Like, genuinely, I don't really consider many other decks options. I literally, I think two other decks even exist that I think are remotely options for nationals. Those two decks were Dragon Link. I genuinely think Dragon Link is a solid option, and I also think I would enjoy playing it. And the other option, I don't think it's really an option. I think it would be more of a meme if I brought that, or for fun, but I don't really want to go that far. I think it would be Vanquish Soul. But first of all, I don't have the cards, and I don't believe in it enough. All right, going second. This is already pretty nutty. Going first, how would we go about this? Well, we go... This is a rough hand, by the way, because it doesn't have a Sprite or a... Yeah, we just pass, right? Oh yeah, it's just Fountain Pass. Hog. We don't have to talk about it. Jane OCG Meta, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Appreciate that. Thank you. Very wholesome. Appreciate the support. That's rough. I'll be honest, the amount of games that I've won after Fountain Pass is still pretty high. I think there is, like, if your deck's issue is that sometimes it goes Fountain Pass, that's a pretty good issue to have, right? I think there's worse things than that. Is Naturia Runick just not an option anymore? I don't think so, no. Alright, this hand is much better. Now, but still, I think it's interesting to play out this hand particularly. Or this hand in particular. Because this is one of those hands we've been talking about, right? This is one of those hands where... What do we do if we don't have the Fur Hires? Because we have everything else, but we don't have the Fur Hires, right? So we start with Freezing Curses, because Freezing Curses, Slumber is better than Freezing Curses turn 1, because you can activate it just for its secondary effect, first effect, actually. And then Hugin would, in this case, I think, pitch Talons. Just play Runick Spright until you get there. Well, that is one option. Like, you could just top deck with Fountain, because we're gonna draw 2. Right? The question is there a combo that guarantees us for higher access, even if we don't have? I'm not going to worry about zone placement right now. I'm just going to play. So here, we probably just slam Fountain, make Gigantic. Actually, if we do that, we can already start it for Carrot. I don't see a reason to not lock into 2 if we're going to Gigantic next anyways. Right? And then we would make Gigantic here. The question is... Few questions. We probably slumber to summon another Hugin or Geary. Or Munin. I don't know which one is the most expendable, because at this point in time... You wouldn't want to lock 2 before you draw in case you get Rex. What's the chance that you draw Rex here? So the Carrot is still in the deck if we don't start her. The Carrot is still in the deck. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 32 cards left in the deck. 6 cards that are Rex. So 32 cards left. That means the first card is 6 out of 32. Meaning it is 26 out of 32 to not be Rex. 26 out of 32 to not be Rex. Times then we have 31 cards left. 25 out of 32. 63% to not draw Rex. So we have like 37% to draw a Rex. It's like every third game, roughly. 34.4. Okay, roughly, yeah. So roughly a third chance that we immediately draw a Rex. I mean, to be fair, what's the downside of waiting? The only downside is if we draw Carrot and then we don't have a great target for starter. That's the only downside. Because if you draw Carrot here with the Fountain, if you draw Carrot, your starter is pretty cringe because your starter can only summon blue and blue has no target. But the chance to draw Carrot is way lower than the chance to draw Rex. So I guess, yeah, maybe we just draw first. So draw 2. And we drew Rex. Easy clap. Alright. Now, you know what? Let's act like we didn't draw Rex. Let's act like we didn't draw Rex because I want to see how this deck plays if you don't, right? So you would starter for Carrot. We would starter for Carrot. And then we would use Gigantic to summon the Rex, I imagine. Right? Summon the Rex. And then it doesn't really do much here, right? Because we have to Rex add Rookie for hire. And then we can't do much, right? Do we summon Hugin here so that we can Rookie for hire into another Rex? Does that make any sense? I don't think it does. You can IP into a Folgo pop. So I would make IP here. Right? I'd make IP here. And then Folgo. It's IP chain Rookie. Wait, Folgo. The thing is, I don't have a Folgo. Hold up. Let me pull up Folgo's effect. Folgo. It's 3 monsters, right? It's not 2+. 3 monsters with different types. Can't be used as link material. If this card is link summoned, special summon a fur hire with a different type from the 3 monsters used for its link summon. Okay, so what you're saying is we want to make Folgo... We could make Folgo with these 3. Right? But we don't want to do that? You cannot use Rookie Underdrake. Well, we're on the opponent's turn already. We're in the opponent's turn. So you would go Rookie for hire. This is Graveyard Effect. Target a fur hire, add it to your hand, or special summon it if it's a monster. Then summon Dawnpaw from Folgo. Okay, so let's... we do this into Folgo. This is Folgo. I don't have a Folgo. And then Folgo summons Dawnpaw. I also don't have Dawnpaw. It's kind of cringe. And then we would Rookie to trigger Dawnpaw to pop? Question mark? Is that what we do? Like Rookie to summon this? You have to Donner on your turn to have a target for Rex. Maybe. I mean, we can also just Carrot Tribute Dawnpaw and then bring it back with Rex to trigger Beat. But this would draw 3 cards, right? Okay. The thing is, you can probably do this better if you learn the ins and outs of the deck, no doubt. I think the version is more reliant on drawing access to the other engine, though. Chain Rookie, Link of the new guy, summon Dawnpaw, revive the target that Rookie summoned, pop, draw. Link off the new guy, summon Dawnpaw, revive the target that Rookie summoned, pop, draw. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean, yeah. So you link, what you link is IP, you link IP, Rex, and Beat. You summon Beat off of Rookie in response to Masquerena, right? And so you have like, you link Beat, Dawnpaw, and IP into Folgo. Folgo summons Dawnpaw. Rex banishes itself to summon back Beat. And that triggers the Dawnpaw. But it's the same thing though, right? Pretty much. IP Gigantic Beat, but then you have Rex on the field and not in the graveyard. How are you using Rex then? Oh no, you tribute Rex. I see. You tribute Rex for Rookie, and then you keep the sprites. No, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. Yes. That's better. That's better. That's better for sure. Oh, Raphael Nevin, dude. And see, here we have another problem. Here we have another problem of this deck. This is still a good hand, don't get me wrong. It's a very powerful hand. But, going first or second. But, this, right now, is not really a card. Unless we find, once again, access to the Fur Hires. Right? So the Fur Hires in this deck, are kind of functioning under like a paradox where let me find them. So ideally you want an engine Ideally, you want an engine where you only need to draw one card to pop off, which technically Fur Hire does that with those cards, right? You draw one of those cards, good to go. But then Fur Hire, normally, I don't think Fur Hire, I wouldn't classify it as a one-card combo deck. Like all of these cards over here are only good when they're drawn in multiples. So when you're building this deck, you're kind of like, you're in a weird spot where you have to decide between, I want to keep this engine as small as possible and I want to play only with one card, right? Because I want to draw as many Sprites, Runicks, and non-engine as possible. The proxy is Donpa, yeah. But then all of these Fur Hire cards, they kind of want to be drawn in multiples, right? They kind of don't like being alone. They don't like being alone in your hand, except for exactly these, right? And so I think this is where this version really like rises and falls, is whether you're going to be drawing your Rex axis consistently. And to my knowledge, I don't think there is a consistent way to play more copies of Rex. I don't think there's a way you can play more copies. I've seen something. Actually, I lied. There is something that is, I don't know if it's good or not, but there is one thing you could do that I have seen people do, and that's this. I don't know if it's good. I just saw someone on my Discord post this yesterday or something, where you could play these theoretically. Drawing these is kind of like drawing Rex. Well, drawing this. So the way it works is you summon Oviraptor, you grab Misk, and then you make a I don't know, you summon like Hugin, you make a Link 2 to get the Oviraptor into the graveyard, you discard Misk, and then you have 2 dinos to summon Rex from the deck. I don't know if that's great. I really don't know if that's worth it. Misk is also a terrible draw. Yeah, Misk is a terrible draw in this scenario. But I don't know if it's an option, right? You technically have more copies of this now, but I don't know if it's great. Can't you just search Rex if you draw Misk? Well, if you draw Oviraptor and Misk, yeah. But if you don't, if you only draw Misk, it doesn't do anything. Because you don't have any other... If you had any other dinosaurs in the extra deck that you could just get to the graveyard somehow, but I don't think there is one. I don't think there is one. And other than that, I'm not aware of any other ways you can search Rex. I am not aware of any other way you can access Rex. Reproducus. Hell yeah. But yeah. Sprint could send a dino. So if you draw Misk, you discard, you normal summon... Hold up. Wait. You normal summon Misk, you special Hugin, you make Sprint, you send a Rex from the deck, and then you banish 2 to get Rex. Is that cooking? Is that a recipe? Is that fine? Is that just okay? Hold up. So you normal summon Misk, activate a Runick to summon Hugin. So you have 2 bodies to begin with. And then you go into Sprint, send Rex. Misk banishes Rex. And then you summon this from the deck. So you don't even lose a body for doing that. And it works the same way if you draw Oviraptor, technically. Even easier. Because Sprint forces you to make Gigantic? Sprint forces you to... Yeah, the Sprint can't turn into Donner. The Sprint can't turn into Donner, so what you would have to do is you'd have to overlay with it. First. Make Gigantic, but not use Gigantic yet. It's a little complicated. It's a little... And you have to play Sprint, which is an extra slot. The deck normally doesn't play Sprint. It's not supposed to play Sprint. It is an interesting... I think it's an interesting idea. The only problem is, I mean, if you draw... Like, now you're playing, like, 9 normal summons. 10 normal summons, technically. Right? Which is a lot of normal summons. I don't know. It's not awful, though. Ovi sent Rex and summon Rex back with Donner. But doesn't Donner have to revive 2 for hires? Where's the beat coming from then? Oh no, you only summon back 1. That's not great. Could do 1/1. I mean, you could do like a smaller package of these. Yeah, you could do a smaller package. They are also a little bit like Oviraptor is a little bit weaker to hand traps because if it gets hand trapped, it's not a level 2, and it's not a for hire. Like if Rex gets hand trapped, it's a lot better than Oviraptor getting hand trapped. But yeah. Thrust would maybe be an option. Thrust in this deck is not very good, I think. Because, like, it only gets you Fossil Dick and Talents, specifically. Like, you could play it going... If you could side it for going second for, like, Fossil Dick, Talents, and Evenly. It'd be okay. Going first, it's awful, though. So you can't main it, I think. Okay. Since I have enough sleeves... One thing we can do is we can just sleeve the Life Twin stuff in the same sleeves, and then we can just easily pivot. I can see how I would build the Life Twin deck really quick. That's also interesting, I think. One important thing about the Life Twins is absolutely like estimating the amount of people that play Droll and Lockbird. I'll talk about in a second why that's important. Knowing how many or estimating how many people are going to play Droll and Lockbird. Can you play Runick Life Twin without the Spright stuff? Spright is still money. I would not advise you to do that. You can, but you're missing out on a lot of value if you do that. Like, that is not the optimal way to play the deck. I take it that you're trying to figure out what to play. Oh yeah. That's what we're doing. Can we make a Dragon Link deck with Assault Synchron later in the stream? So, Assault Synchron is the following thing. Assault Synchron releases after German Nationals, but before the European Championship. So I am very excited to experiment with Assault Synchron, but I will not do it before German Nationals. I want to focus on German Nationals format when we're doing TCG. After Nationals, you better be sure that we try to make Assault Synchron work, because I love that card. Droll is going to be at 3 in almost everyone's deck. I don't think that's true. Like, literally, the meta is going to have a lot of Labyrinth, Branded, a lot of decks where Droll isn't that good against. Even Kashtira, Droll honestly isn't that great. I don't think it's going to be a very popular card. I mean, chat, hey, 1 in chat if you're trying to play Droll and Lockbird, 2 in chat if you're not putting that card into your main deck. play one as a crossout target, fair. That's a different kind of situation. Where's the Dragon Link content? I haven't built Dragon Link at all yet. I don't even have all the cards yet. I ordered Lubellions. By the way, if you are wondering why Lubellion is dropping in price, it's because I bought it. That's the nature of the Yu-Gi-Oh market. I bought Lubellions for like 63 or something, and now it's dropped 5 euros for seemingly no reason. It's not like the card got more or less popular in the last couple days. It's just dropped $5 because I bought it. No other reason. Literally no other reason. Card has not really seen success in the last months, except as like a one-up in branded. Still, somehow it's over $60, and then I buy it. Suddenly it drops because like now it's less pop. You can't tell me that makes sense, dude. It doesn't make sense. The universe is conspiring against me. That's all. Thank you for your sacrifice. You are welcome. Can you buy Vanquish Sold cards? I really don't want to. I don't want to. I'm waiting for them to drop even more. Like, if it ever gets to a point where those cards genuinely are cheaper because people realize it's more of a fun deck, I might pick it up. For exactly that reason. For like a fun deck I might jam locals with. But I don't want to pay what it's worth right now. Alright. So my deck from YCS London. Where are my... There's one more jet that was in there. There was one more jet. There was this. When is the Salt Synchron out? I don't know the exact date, but I think it's the week between German Nationals and Euros. Which would be in... What is it? Pretty much exactly 2 or 3 weeks. I think that's when we get a Salt Synchron. Right? 22nd. So tomorrow in 2 weeks. What else is in that set, by the way? What else is in that set? Do we know the full contents of that set, or is there like some hidden gems that might be there? Is there like some, you know, what's going on there? What kind of set is that? What's the sprite ratios for hire? The Dinka Bui version was just this. This was Dinka Bui's version. Honestly, it feels like it's correct. Maybe you play a second jet. Maybe. Chat, when is North American WCQ? Is that before or after Euros? Or maybe the same weekend? Please tell me it's not the same weekend. So I can stream it. Ooh, the week after. Nice. Okay. Okay, so my list from YCS London for the Runick Spright Life Twin, I think was the following. Let me see if this adds up to 40. I think it does. It was 3 blues. It was 2 jets, 1, 1, 1. So 8 Spright cards. I'm pretty sure it was also 8 Life Twins. So that would make 16 total. And then it was... Yes, this is it. Okay. And then it was 16 runic spells, because 1 dispelling, and then 2. This is 18 cards, so that's 34. And then it had 6 non-engine. Yes. Which the 6 non-engine wasn't evenly 3 talents, but for the sake of this, it works. So it was Kurikaras instead, but this was the list. Now, why I said we need to be talking about Droll and Lockbird here is because I think if Droll and Lockbird is not very popular, you might want to play less of the twins and more Sunny Snitches. In general, I will say I felt like I drew a little bit too many live twins rather than not enough, right? Which I played a pretty hefty amount with 8. 8 is a lot. Why so much? Like I've talked about this earlier, but you really want to open a live twin. Like you really want to open a live twin. My biggest issue with this version was very often I was drawing into live twins after I've already done my stuff, right? I would do my live twin combo, my Runick combo, and I would draw 3 cards off a fountain, and it would be like 2 live twins, and I'd be like, God damn it, I don't need those, right? So that's been one problem I had, which is why I was thinking maybe you play 3 Sunny Snitches, because if you draw Sunny Snitch, that card thins your deck, right? That takes more, like you basically, if you play 3 Sunny Snitches, let's say I make this 3 Sunny Snitches, I still have the same chance of opening a live twin, but if I draw Sunny Snitch, I have less left in my deck than before. The only problem with that is that it hardcore plays into Droll. Why not Secret Password? You could go even harder on that and play Secret Password as well. But the thing is, you have to play some amount of the twins. Of the actual twins, right? You can't just go 3 Sunny Snitch, 3 Password, and then just like 1 and 1. I don't think that makes sense. If you play 3 Snitch, don't you want to play Lila Treat as well? Because Snitch can always be an extender when your normal summons get Ashed or Veilered. I don't think you have a problem if your normal summon... Like, if your normal summon gets Ashed or Veilered, your entire deck is extenders, right? All of these are extenders, and all of this is also extenders. You don't need the Sunny Snitch to be an extender, especially because if you play Frost, it is already an extender like half of the time. Because if your Lila gets impermed or ashed, it's an extender, right? So one thing I could see, let me see if I can quickly find these. I think we saw them earlier when sorting the Sunny Snitches. I had 3. I know I have 3. I know I have 3 somewhere. I saw them earlier. Where did I put them? Here? Ah, they must be in here. No, they don't. It was the... Oh, the stuff in the box, yeah. Ooh, these are also nice. Yeah, there they are. Do we play Trouble Sunny or not? You play Trouble Sunny. You absolutely play Trouble Sunny. So I was thinking maybe doing this. One other reason, by the way, why we didn't play 3 Sunny Snitches for YCS London was that Sunny Snitch can get outed by a Rysard, which is what these can't, right? So if Kashtira is still very popular, then that might be an issue. Also, something like Anti-Spell after siding. Anti-Spell bobs this card, whereas it doesn't bob these, right? So there's pros and cons. But honestly, throughout the entire event, like if you're playing a very, very long event, I think the chances, like I got anti-spelled once in London, but I drew into more and more life twins way more frequently. So I think it might be better to just risk it, because at the end of the day, I mean, you still have a lot of normal summons to beat anti-spell, right? And a Rysard. What about Droplet? You contribute a twin and the summoned can trigger again. Droplet would be a good option in this deck, I think, if it's good in the format. Like, if you come to the conclusion, if you reach the conclusion that talents or evenly aren't great, I could see playing Droplet. The thing is, Droplet sucks against the Rysard, right? Wasn't the anti-spell what eliminated you? Yes, but thinking back on it, honestly, I think I got eliminated because I played bad in that match. I think my hand was winning. If I played it right. I think it was my fault, so I can't really blame anti-spell. It is like Droplet going second with Life Twin, like in Life Twin Runick, Droplet is kind of nuts, yeah, because you can do stuff like, I don't know, normal summon twin, activate effect, chain Runick Destruction to pop your back row, chain Droplet, send both. It's kind of nutty if you can do stuff like that, because then the way it works, just to clarify, the way it works is, let's say I go Lila. Let me see if I can find my droplets. I should have droplets somewhere for that sweet visualization. You can even send the spell if it resolves, yeah. The only thing is, I haven't rated Droplet very highly on my board breaker tier list because I genuinely don't know how good it is. One thing I did forget when we made the ranking, it was I think yesterday. One thing I did forget when I evaluated Droplet was that it if Branded goes for the Gimmick Puppet lock, it's through Sanctifier, and Sanctifier can be negated by Droplet. They don't have Expulsion anymore. So that makes Droplet a little bit better, but I'm not sure about it in other matches. Like, it's not very good against Labyrinth. Can you use Droplet under Skill Drain? Because it negates, but it also halves the attack, so it does something, right? You can? Okay, so it could theoretically dodge Skill Drain. It could dodge Skill Drain. On the other hand, you don't really have much that's worth dodging Skill Drain with. Right? I mean, you can like... You don't have like Zeus and then dodge Skill Drain. You don't have that type of play. Not as good, but... the way it works, let's say you summon Lila, activate effect. You chain Droplet, send the Lila to negate. You summon Kiss-a-Kill. The Kiss-a-Kill now can trigger because both of these trigger on normal or special summon. The reason why you obviously can't summon infinitely is because they need an empty board. So if the first one disappears and then summons the other one, this one can still summon. If you Droplet in response to the first one. That's why Droplet is pretty good with Life Twins. The question is Droplet good in the format? One good thing about Droplet would be that it works going first. Right? It's like one of those board breakers that if you draw it going first, it still does something. However, another thing that's bad about Droplet in Runick decks is that if you don't have a battle phase, you can't clear their shit. It's why I've never played Dark Ruler in Runick. I've never played Dark Ruler in Runick decks because I think it, quite frankly, it's very bad synergy. Because you negate their shit, and then what? You need to really worry about outing those cards. It's really tough, so I don't like it. But Droplet is kind of the same issue. It's kind of the same problem, right? So that's that. But it is an option. So for twins... I'm not sure exactly what ratio I would recommend or what I would play, but I think in terms of the good normal summons, it should be at least 7. I played 8. I played 8 for London. I think it should be at least 7, but maybe you can stick with 8. I had one thought, but I'm not sure if I like it, and that was that you could take out the Frost, because technically the Frost I think it. I mean, it takes up a slot in the deck, and I feel like it counts as a Life Twin card, even though it's not a starter. But I played these 8, and honestly, the Frost draw didn't feel super necessary. Oh, I missed that message. My bad. I missed that message. Post it in chat again. I'll read it. The guy that made top 32 at the Italian National with Runick, Spright for hire dropped the deck list if you haven't seen it yet. I'm pretty sure you'll not like some of the choices. I mean, someone already said that they played only 1 blue, which I think that's just straight up incorrect. But we can look at it. Hold up. Let me see if I find it really quick. How do you think Assault Synchron will impact the format? Honestly, I don't want to speculate. I don't know yet. I genuinely don't know yet. I haven't tried it yet in the TCG. I think it's a good card. And with Spright still at the power level where we are right now with Spright, I think it has some definite potential. And also Bestial's at full power. See if I find Italy. Italy. Okay, it's not on the spreadsheet. Does anyone have the link or the list? Because I can't find it on here. Here's the link. Okay. Hold up.
Benvenuti di nuovo sul canale del Karma Team, siamo qui con Flavio
Sprint, Castira, più le sto scoppiando. Un po' perché secondo me faceva delle power play, soprattutto in feature, ma ho perso uguale. Però è stato
Okay, quality mod check. Okay, that's the best quality we have.
molto forte anche gli altri game, magari per extendere, per bella giocata, è molto forte.
Certo.
So it's like it's the standard ratio but 1 filo, which I don't think you need filo.
Bella giocata, è molto forte.
Certo.
Poi reparto Sprite ho giocato uno di tutti perché
There's no shot this is correct.
Solamente calati gigantic e quindi non ti servono a di più, poi magari le peschi in turno dell'8 con Fontana e preferisci pescare. Poi come entrap ho giocato 3 troll che sono all'entrap del formato, che però Tonazzo sono state molto...
Troll makes sense last format.
Cioè tutte le volte che l'ho tirato l'oppo comunque mi faceva board.
Avresti voluto avere un'altra entrap al posto di troll?
No, cioè sicuramente quella più impattante è troll, però non ha overperformato come doveva.
I can only assume that this is to fit more non-engine, which probably I don't like it, but I get where you're coming from. It's like you don't actually. I don't think you need blue if you draw the Rex, but it just helps so much to play through everything.
Comunque ha un poco in sé.
Ci sta.
Poi spell ho giocato 2 fontane, 3 fontane, 3 flashing fire, 3 freezing, 3 destruction e 3 slam. E queste 3 fontane perché cadono sempre fontane.
So it's more non-engine. Yeah, it's more non-engine and the filo.
E niente, questo
Cut the 2 blues for fur hires. Yeah.
3 scavi con lei.
Falli meglio. 3 scavi collector da Fontana.
No, sono i miei.
Ah sì?
Sì.
Meno male.
Pacco di padre per Fontana.
Oddio.
3 no more. Broken. Art pescati.
I don't like that card.
Arte pescati round 11. Boom, giallato Zeus.
Bravo.
Fortissimo.
Salutiamo i nostri amici.
No, non so. Mono di loro e mono di questa inutile.
Chiaramente questa post banned non la puoi più giocare, cioè il mazzo è ingiocabile.
Che problema, pure con Fontana 2 è un macello.
Chiaramente. Ottima ban.
Extra ho giocato 2. Comunque round 5 era scherzo. Mascherena.
Un applauso per Flavio, complimenti.
Felice, grazie. Lui che
I mean, it is quite frankly just Dinkabui's list minus 2 blue plus 2 of the fur hire cards, which I think is not a great swap to make. Because it makes your deck, I think, better on turn 2, but worse on turn 1, which I don't think is what you should do, but whatever. And We just have different non-engine because it's in a different format, which makes sense. I mean, I understand why you're playing Dark Ruler. I explained why I don't like Dark Ruler in Runick decks. His grind game is kind of ass. No, his grind game is actually better than the one of Dinkabui's list because the second and third blue doesn't really contribute much to the grind game. The more copies of blue aren't really like, they don't have meaningful targets after turn 1. So it's fine, you know.
Contro Castira?
Mai tirato.
Ottima.
Stai col radio giusto. Carta più forte del mondo, bro, che mai creato la carta più forte dei Manic.
Come mai non hai voluto giocare la carta per i botti? Avevi qualcosa di side o...
Sì, no, io giocavo un Furair di side per i
Perfetto,
botti.
perfetto.
Chiaramente è impossibile calarlo in feature.
Chiaramente era impossibile.
Giocato 3 Nibiru, ho cattato le Kurikara.
Okay, I don't think we need to go into the side deck much because it's a different format, so it doesn't really move over. So yeah, it's what I expected from the list, honestly. I mean, it's not terrible because it's very close to Dinkabui's list, so there's not that much to be said about it. It's all right, it's solid, but I don't think it's better than Dinkabui's list, which honestly, it's weird, honestly, that I'm considering literally bringing almost the same deck to German Nationals that Dinkabui played at YCS London. But honestly, I think if you want to play Spright Runick for hire, that's just the list, right? That guy just made it as good as it can possibly be, I think. Like, literally, the 34 card core, like the Runick engine, the for hire engine at the minimum, and then the Spright package with 3 blue and then one of all the others is 34 cards, and that needs to be in the deck. Like, literally, that's it. And then the rest is you have some room for non-engine, whatever you prefer, right? Let it be. He played Gamma and Evenly. If you think Gamma and Evenly, I mean, Gamma isn't really a thing anymore, but if you still think Evenly is good, then play Evenly. You can play Talons, you can play Kurikara, you can play Kaijus, you can play Droplet. Those kind of options. You can even play some hand traps if you really want to. Like, you can play Ash. I don't think is the worst card right now. But that's all you can do with this deck, I think. Like, I don't think you can improve it in any form. Like, you don't need more than those for hires, genuinely. You shouldn't cut on the Spright blues. I don't know what the hell you're thinking, why you're removing Spright blue from the deck. Like, that card is one of the best cards to draw, period. I don't really get that. So, like, I think people are making changes just for the sake of making changes, just for the sake of not net decking. But sometimes you also have to realize, hey, when that guy just made that deck and tested it and brought it to the YCS, they just brought the best possible version. So there's no point in changing it just for the sake of playing a different deck, I think. So basically, we're trying to reach the same point with the Life Twin deck that Dinkabui has reached with the for hire deck. Mr. Greenskull, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you so much. Because I don't feel like, as opposed to Dinka's list, I don't feel like my list, or it's not even my list, but our Runick Spright Life Twin list from London was as perfect as the for hire deck. Independently of each other. Not saying it was a worse deck, but just for the deck list, the level of perfection wasn't there yet, because I don't know, it felt like a good list, but it didn't feel like it was perfect yet, you know? Mainly because you have to mess around with some of the ratios, I think. Like Spright and twin ratios are hard to figure out the perfect amount. Like, and then yeah. I think at the end of the day, I think you do want to play a minimum of 5 non-engine and a maximum of 6 non-engine in Runick. Quite simply, that's the number for Runick decks. That's just, you don't want any more than that. And then you want at least 15 Runicks. But you get bonus points the more Runicks you can fit, honestly. Like a Runick deck, if it can fit more Runick spells, it gets better. Simple as that. How many did I play in Utrecht? Was it 16 or 17? I think it was 17, right? Was it 17? No, it wasn't 17. I don't think I played any other that wasn't Dispelling. I think it was 16. It was 16 Runic spells, 2 Fountain. That was 18. It was 5 non-engine, because it was 3 Lava Golem, 2 Talents. So that was 23. Then it was 2 Hyperia Cap Shell, 26. 9 of the good sprites, 35. Smashers, Red Carrot, 38. No, it must have been. It must have been 17 Runics. For Utrecht. I'm not talking London. What was the last card, though? Oh, Wind Up Kitten. Oh, yeah. It was 17 Runics and Wind Up Kitten. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I got it. Yeah. Okay. Anyways. Are the 16th and 17th Runic spell just Dispelling and Smiting Storm? I think so, yeah. I think if you play more Runics, it's always... The 16th Runic, I think, is always Dispelling. Because it's just the next best one, because it actually has the capability of being disruptive, right? It can actually be disruptive. And then I think the 17th, there is 2 possible ways you can do it. Hey Josh, I want to pick up my first Edison deck. Tier was my favorite deck in the TCG. Any recommendations based on that? Well, if you like milling, then Lightsworn is pretty good. And if you don't like the high variance of pure Lightsworn, I think Christia Sworn is probably a good deck for you. That deck is solid. Anyways. If you want to play 17 Runics, I think it's either the Smiting Storm or the second Dispelling. The second Dispelling, I think, is the better card. This is why, for the same reason why it's the 16th instead of a Smiting Storm. Like, this card is better than Smiting Storm. But if you play 2, drawing into the same Runic you've already used is actually a problem in Runic. And Smiting Storm, honestly, is like, I think, good as a one-of, because it's very close to Slumber in the sense that you can almost always activate it, except for turn 1. And the theory behind playing one quote-unquote really bad Runic spell is that it doesn't matter if one Runic spell is really bad, because if you draw this one, like literally, there could be a Runic spell that had no first effect, just the second effect of summoning. And that card would still be playable, technically. Because if you draw that card in any hand, you can just always use the bad one to summon. And use the other ones for their actual effect, right? You're never forced to use Smiting Storm to banish, because you can just use it to summon whenever. That happens when you play too many of those, right? Like, for example, if I start playing Golden Droplet and Smiting Storm, I can draw these 2 together and then it doesn't work anymore, right? If I draw these 2 together, I can use one to summon, the other one I kind of have to use for its effect, and they suck, right? So you don't want to go too high over 15 Runic spells either, because at a certain point you get diminishing returns because you draw too many, and then you have to end up using them for not the good effect, right? And that's that. But I do think 17 Runics, I would probably go 1 and 1 rather than 2. That's probably what I would do. So the way I see it, Runic spells, minimum 15. Any Runic deck, minimum 15. Never less. I would never. 16, way more comfortable with that. Right? I'm way more comfortable with 16 Runics than I am with 15. Bonus points if you can make it to 17. I don't think you can ever realistically get to 18 without cutting something else that's too essential. Right? Like, I feel like whenever I get into the territory of 17, 18 Runick cards, I have to sacrifice something else in my deck that I'm going to end up missing. Like, either I'm not going to have enough non-engine, I'm not going to have enough of the other engines. 17 is kind of like the perfect spot if you can afford to do it. But 16 is, for me, usually the compromise solution, basically. 17 is my sweet spot, but I usually compromise on 16. 15 is possible, but I don't love that. I don't love 15. Thoughts on Plunder Runick? Plunder Runick is a good deck, actually. But Plunder Runick has an even bigger problem than the Fur Hire deck. I don't know if I can find my Plunder cards really quick to show you, because it'd be easier to showcase if I found them. But I saw them earlier. We saw them while sorting, so I should have them. They shouldn't be too far. Hold up. Because that version is real. It's a good version. Redbeard. Bluebeard, this. Okay. Black eyes, there they are. Okay. So I did get myself those cards. and I did try the deck, because I do think it's a solid deck and it has potential. Now, what the perfect ratios are for the Plunder cards is debatable. I think you always play 3 Whitebeard and 3 Golden Hair, and then probably something like 2-1, maybe more of the other ones. The core issue here is the same issue that Fur Hire has, but even more. So the top row of cards here, once again, this is a proxy for Donpa. The top row of cards here are the ones you want to draw, and the bottom row of cards, you know, potentially more of these. The bottom row of cards are the cards that you don't really want to draw these, right? Your deck is infinitely better if you draw the top row than if you draw the bottom row, because those are the tuners. The tuners in the Plunder Runick deck are what really gets it going, right? That's what you want to see. You want to see one of, if the Runick Plunder deck sees one Runick and one of these top cards here, it's a very, very strong deck. If it sees one of the bottom ones and none of the top ones, it's kind of mediocre. Like, it's honestly pretty mediocre. As you can see, I told you earlier, the deal you're getting on the Fur Hires. The deal on the Fur Hires is you get 6 good ones and 4 bad ones. So you have you include 10 cards into your deck. 6 of them are really good draws. So 60% of the cards you add into your deck are good. For the Plunders, the deal is even worse, because you get 6 good ones, and depending on how many you play, because for the Plunder engine needs a lot of them for the grind game, honestly, at least 5 bad ones, plus maybe spells and traps. Like, sometimes you even play the Plunder trap card and stuff like that, so you get an even worse deal on the ratios, right? And that's kind of like, honestly, once again, this is the main selling point on the Life Twins, because if you use this comparison of like top row good cards, bottom row bad cards, for the Life Twins, the ratio is this, right? The top is all the POG cards, and you can play as many of them as you want. You can play less, you can play more. And the bottom row is 1 card that you don't want to draw, and even that is optional. You don't have to play it. That's the big appeal of the Life Twin version. So those are the differences between the 3 different versions. And to my knowledge, which I might be wrong, this might just be something that I'm not aware of, but I think these 3 versions are the only really viable Runick versions. If there was another one, I'd be open for trying another one, because I think Runick has a lot of potential to be paired with different versions of different decks, but I don't know which one that would be. Also, another very important point of comparison between these three decks is that 2 of these 3 decks play Spright cards, and Spright cards make your deck infinitely better playing into boards, right? Having 1 Spright blue in your hand when you commit into Runick plays, it's just like it plays through any hand trap imaginable. It plays through boards like it's nothing. The Spright cards, honestly, I would not play currently. I would not play a Runick deck without Spright cards. I simply wouldn't, because you'd simply lose all that ability to play into a board. These 2 decks play into an Arisard like it's nothing. This deck can't beat Arisard unless you draw Flashing Fire or Tip. Because you can't out it, you can't just play into it, you can't do your shit. This deck just does not beat Arisard. These 2 decks have no problem. Activate a Runick, summon Hugin, summon blue, there we go. We're cooking. What about Shunping's Kashtira Runick? I have no idea what that was about. I genuinely, to this day, I don't understand what that was about. No idea. Runick Vanquish Souls? That doesn't seem like a good idea, because like Vanquish Soul wants to stick the rock up there, and the rock will lock your extra monster zone right first second of the game. I don't know. What do you think about the Plunder deck with the Brave engine? Is it better compared to Plunder Runick? No, I think the Runick deck is better when it comes to Plunder. I think the Runick engine is, quite frankly, completely busted and makes a lot of decks insane. I don't think the Adventure engine does it in the same way. So that is Plunder. But I did like the Plunder deck. It was cool. It's just there's better options out there, so I wouldn't recommend it. What about Plunder Adventure Runick? I mean, I don't think that solves the problems of the deck, but you technically could. Runick is a problem. They deserve to get the same treatment as Ishizu. While I do agree that Runicks are very strong and probably deserve to get hit a lot harder than they did, don't tell that to anyone, please. Don't. If Konami, if you're watching, I'm joking. This is a joke. They should be nerfed in Minecraft. As much as I agree with Runick being very strong, I think Runicks, I wouldn't see Runicks as problematic. Because I feel like the Runick engine is quite interactive, all things considered. Yeah, I don't know. I know I'm probably biased on this, but I've just been enjoying the tournaments I've entered with Runick a lot. So is Tier. Well, Tier, I also never said that Tier was unhealthy for the game. The only problem with Tier was that it was Tier 0, but Runick arguably isn't Tier 0. Right? I don't think you can argue Runick has ever been Tier 0, except for maybe, even at YCS Utrecht, I don't think it was Tier 0. It was the best deck, but it wasn't Tier 0. I will say, Runicks, I understand why people hate them, but I just want to point out a few things that I enjoy about Runicks a lot. Because I think I don't think the design on Runicks is perfect. I don't think the design on Runicks is perfect by any means, but there's a few things about Runick that I just think are very, very well done. And that is, for example, that the engine has an insane amount of consistency, which honestly, I'm a big fan of consistent decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! I hate when decks are high variance in the sense that they are inconsistent, and so sometimes they do some really broken shit, and then sometimes they break. I think that's not a very cool element to have in Yu-Gi-Oh! I like that Runick decks are pretty much very consistent no matter what you do with it. And they very often do the same thing, but in different ways, right? And I also like the card design here, where it gives you a choice on every single card, where they can be an extender or they can have a different effect. Like, for example, I think the best example of this is Runick Destruction, where you would never really play Spell and Trap removal in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Right? That's just something that you don't really see people do it anymore. Like, you'll find a Cosmic Cyclone in a deck or a Harpy's Feather Duster every once in a while, but generally, Spell and Trap removal is not a thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore. Because it's only good in certain matchups, and it's only good even in those matchups. Sometimes it's not even necessary or only good in certain situations, right? So I like the fact that I can play a deck that has Spell and Trap removal so I don't lose to any given Floodgate without having to play a card that is only good against back row decks, right? Because Runick Destruction, if I'm not playing against the back row deck, I can just use it to summon, right? The card gets worse in decks that have no back row because I have to use it for that. I cannot use it to destroy cards. I'm forced into that one effect, but I can still use it, right? So, and it is the same about a lot of these things, right? We have effect negation, we have monster removal, we have back row removal. All of this is great utility. We have great utility in these cards. And I think Runick is a pretty healthy design as long as it's not put into the Runick stun deck. The Runick stun deck is cringe, but I think the problem of that deck is Floodgates. I don't think the problem of that deck is that Runicks are too busted, right? It's just, I think in that case, you have a problem with Floodgates. Now, Fountain is a little bit overtuned. I'll give you that. Fountain is very strong. I think that maybe they could have done this a little bit differently, because I'm trying to imagine how this would be without Fountain, right? How would this work without Fountain? I think without Fountain, the cards just aren't quite good enough. So in a way, for this concept, Fountain is necessary, right? Fountain is necessary to make this concept work that I'm a big fan of. But how could they have done this without Fountain? Like, the thing is, if you don't have Fountain, even though these cards have great utility, I think they wouldn't be strong enough, right? Because at the end of the day, I don't think the only reason people don't play, for example, MST or Cosmic Cyclone, I don't think the only reason people don't play these cards anymore is that they are not good in many matchups. It's also that they are not impactful enough, right? A one-on-one trade with a Spell and Trap card is not really that good of a deal, even in matchups where they are useful, right? Even in matchups where you can use it, it's not that good, right? Like, if I let my opponent play their entire turn and then I MST their, I don't know, back row, it's not that impactful. It's not that great, right? So I would rather have like a real board breaker in that case, or a hand trap, right? A more impactful card than a one-on-one trade with back row, right? That's kind of like out of touch with modern Yu-Gi-Oh! So if you wanted people to play utility cards like this, they kind of have to give us a reason to do so, right? And that reason in this case was Fountain. They were like, hey, all of these cool utility cards, we know you want to put these into your deck, right? You know you want those cards, but they're not quite good enough, so we're going to give you Fountain to make it all tick, right? So without Fountain, they would have had to come up with another solution on how to make these cards playable. They probably had to make the individual cards more powerful, maybe remove the drawback of no battle phase, right? But yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's what it probably comes down to is that they designed Runick. I don't think they wanted us to use Runick in the way we're doing it right now, right? I think Runick was supposed to be a deck out strategy. It was supposed to be a deck out strategy, and they kind of didn't anticipate us using them for utility, rather than using them to actually deck out people. But I it's kind of like a failed experiment that they did. They were like, hey, can we make a deck out deck viable in 2023 or 2022 when this came out, right? Was it 2022? Yeah, it was 2022. And the answer was no, but it turned out we still are able to use these utility cards to great extent in modern decks, which I think is kind of cool. But I wouldn't mind if they redesigned a different archetype that was kind of similar to this but didn't feel as powerful with like Fountain. I don't know. It's hard to phrase. How many games did you win by deck out at the last event? So the thing is, I think the answer is 0. But I think if people didn't scoop, I would win a majority of the games actually with deck out. Because the thing that happens when you play Runick Spright in any capacity is that you gain control of the board, right? You gain control over the game, you gain a lot of card advantage you drive your opponents out of options. And then in order for you to actually kill them, you would have to do some insane stuff. So usually what you do is you just keep control over the game, you keep activating Runicks, you keep drawing cards until they literally know they can't win anymore. And then people just see that coming and they just scoop, right? But if they didn't scoop, very often you would just deck them out. Like genuinely, even only because you don't see it happen IRL doesn't mean it's not an important win condition. Majority of my games end in Abomination plus Trouble Summoning OTK after turn 2. The Live Twin deck can do it a little bit better. The Live Twin deck can do that a little bit better. Yeah, if you ever take a turn off, activate no Runicks, the Live Twin deck can kill very easily because of Trouble Sunny. Fair enough. But usually deck out is an actual win condition for Runick decks. It's just it doesn't happen because people scoop beforehand. Because they don't want to waste time against Runick, right? You don't want to. But there's that. Yeah, there's a lot of things that go into when you talk about Runick. I think Runick is by all means a very interesting deck to consider when it comes to like game design talks, because it's whatever you think of it, it's very different and very unique compared to other things they've done in the past. And at least from my perspective, the fact that you can finally play a deck that has outs to floodgates, effect negation in engine, all that stuff, it feels very good. Ever lost to floodgates with Runicks? Not a single time, no. I have not a single time lost to floodgates with Runick. Okay, anyways. Building my YCS London deck or making it better for maybe German nationals. So I'm wondering, first up, I mean, there's basically 4 pillars. There's 4 pillars of the Live Twin Runicks deck. The Live Twin Runick Spright. The 4 pillars are obviously Spright Engine, Twin Engine, Runick Engine, and Non-Engine. Which the ratio we did at London was 8 Sprites, 8 Twins, 6 Non-Engine, which is 22, and then 18 Runicks, which was 16 quick plays, 2 fountains. I would like to keep the 18 Runicks. I think I would like to keep the 8 Twins, but maybe switch around the Sunny Snitches. Like, play more Sunny Snitches to deck thin a little bit. And maybe even cut the Frost. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Frost... Like, if you play 3 Sunny Snitches, Frost feels really good. Because if you ever draw, like, one of these and one of these, being able to Sunny Snitch for the extender is pretty cute. I think in the event where we play multiple Sunny Snitches, I think you keep Frost. I don't think you've considered Pony as an engine seriously enough. Okay, hold up. You're talking Melfi Pony, right? Melfi Pony. If your opponent normal or special summons a monster, or if an opponent's monster targets this card for an attack, you can return this card to the hand. Then you can add a level 2 or lower beast from your graveyard to your hand except Pony. During your end phase, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can only use each effect of Pony once per turn. And what is... what is the point of this? It's a single card that's Beaver every turn, but I don't play Beaver. I don't play Beaver, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't understand why I would be. Like, the thing is, yes, I can I can use Melfi's. I can use Melfi's in Runick Spright, and they give me a lot of card advantage in terms of, like, a lot of level 2 bodies on the field. What the hell do I make from my extra deck with those cards? What do I make? What do I convert a Beaver every turn into? What do I do? And genuine question. Like, what is my goal? How do I win the game? How do I, like, what do I make from my extra deck that outs my opponent's stuff? What do I do? Nightmares, mannequins, that doesn't win you the game. You're not winning the game off of making a nightmare on turn 2. You don't have the type of utility. You don't have the slots to fit enough utility. I've tried Runick Spright. Pure Runick Spright doesn't work. And, like, you're telling me I should fit Runick fusions in the extra deck, Melfi cards in the extra deck, the Spright monsters in the extra deck, and enough utility to use, like, Melfi's and the Nimbles every turn? What am I supposed to make off of that? It's a single Melfi card in the extra deck? See, that's where you're wrong, because it's not. Because you have to convert those monsters every turn into something. You have to make something with those cards. You have to make something on turn 1, but there is nothing that wins you the game on turn 1. Spoiler alert. There is no board that pure Spright, Runick Spright, can make that wins the game on turn 1. You can't make a board that wins you the game on turn 1, but you still go through like a third of your extra deck on turn 1, and you still need like follow-up fusions, follow-up gigantic, and then like, what do you play in your extra deck that is even slightly impressive after turn 1? I don't think you've played enough actual Runick Spright against good opponents. And this is not supposed to be an insult, but like, I don't think you've played Runick Spright at like high competitive levels, because it doesn't win the game. It does not win the game consistently enough with the tools that it currently has. I'm like 1.3k rated on DB last format. See, point in case. What do you think about Spright Adventure? I don't see a reason to play it over other decks, but it's not terrible. How does any deck win versus the board, though? You understand that your board had, like, red and carrot, so you're literally outing your own board. Right? You literally tribute your own board away and you have to rebuild it next turn, but you have nothing left in your extra deck. And you don't have a battle phase next turn either. You're not winning. Your opponent doesn't have to beat you in one turn. The only issue Runick ever has is going second, same as Branded. That's also just not correct. I'm sorry. Just tuned in. Have you considered Password and any of the other twin spell and traps like Home and Challenges? I am considering Password right now because of what I said earlier. Like, I'm a big fan of playing a lot of twins. I'm a big fan of playing a large twin package. Not this exactly. I just put all the cards out. But I like playing a lot of twins where you just want to open one as often as possible. But you don't want to draw into more with your fountain. And that's why I'm thinking of using Sunny Snitch and maybe even Password. I don't even know if I have Password somewhere here. I have Password somewhere. But I don't know. Well, it should be somewhere. See, the problem is I've sorted this by holos and non-holos, but I don't know if the passwords I own are commons or super rares, because I think both exist, right? The only problem I'd be worried with if you play more passwords, multiple passwords and snitches, is that if you draw those two together, it's truly awful. Right? Only oh, it only comes super, okay. Then I was looking in the wrong pile. Oh, there they are, okay. Yep, I was looking in the wrong pile, okay. One thing I could see myself doing is playing something along those lines. If you incorporate, for example, one thing you could do is if you incorporate Thrust into the deck for going second, maybe after siding, Thrust could turn into Life Twins, Talents, Evenly, and there was one other thing earlier. Oh no, it would, yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel on Thrust in general. Like, I kind of feel like in decks that can't use it going first, the card is kind of worthless. I'm not sure if it's like a card I would ever side deck. It's very generic, but... Password is a fourth copy of the continuous. Exactly. Password basically just searches another one. In terms of other Life Twin extra deck cards, I don't think there are any good ones, right? Like Life Twin, what is the other one called? Life Twin Home? Life Twin Home. Discard a card, special summon a Kisi kill monster or a Lila monster from your deck. Also, for the rest of this turn, after this card resolves, you can't special summon monsters from the extra deck except Evil Twins. Yeah, you can't do that. You just can't play that. Home, it would be a really good card if it didn't lock you into Evil Twins, but anything else you can't really play. Except for these. The one thing I'm wondering is whether I should cut a jet. Whether I should cut a jet and just play the minimum Spright package, basically. Which was basically what Dinkabui did in the For Hire deck. I wonder if that is a good idea. You mean to tell us GG Easy isn't playable? Dude, I don't even know what that card does. Twin GG Easy. Oh, that's a trap card. Hell no, that's not playable. You're not ever beating Branded going second without non-engine? Dude, I don't think you've ever played Runick Spright correctly. YS Hipster, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Is Smashers an option? Smashers is okay, yeah. I'm only really scared of Lab flipping Eradicator versus Runick. Yeah, but I think that matchup comes down to if you go first, you also destroy Lab, right? So Lab needs to go first and Eradicator you. And honestly, depending on how many of which you play, if you draw like a Spright card and a Life Twin, you can still be okay. It is a die roll matchup for the most part still. And you can, I think, one thing that is true though is I think you can side better for them than they can side for you. So I think it's overall okay. You can chain block Lady from getting Eradicator a lot. They have to draw the nuts to set it on their turn. That is fair. Right? That is fair. If they set up Lady Labyrinth, and then they try to activate Trap to set, you know, you can just like... the only thing that can happen is like, if they get the big Lady, you can't respond to their stuff, right? Oh, you can't respond with monsters. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, then it's actually... Actually, yeah, then it's probably an easy matchup. Unless they hard draw the... They have to hard draw the Eradicator, or they have to have the nuts to set it up on their turn immediately. So, yeah, that's pretty good. One other thing, by the way, that I was mentioning, or I was gonna mention about the Life Twins, that I think makes it... I don't think it necessarily makes it much worse, but it is a downside for sure. Let me see if I can find the cards I'm about to talk about. It's something I noticed in London as well. Because it happened to me a couple times. But they have some anti-synergy with some of my other favorite cards in the format, and also I'm looking forward to playing them more as well in the upcoming format. And that's of course Bestials, right? I really liked Bestials for YCS London because it just covered stuff like Mathmech and Branded really well, and I think they still are really good against both those decks. They still are good against both those decks, but if you resolve a Bestial going second in this deck, obviously you can't use your twins. Right? It's not about being locked into Fiends because you use these on your opponent's turn. It's just when you go second, you summon a Magnamute, this can't summon from the deck. Right? And that's a problem. You can still play, you know, you can still play because you can like Gigantic the other twin, right? It works. But it's annoying, right? You just lose a free card, basically. You can play Bell instead, right? Surely, yeah. You can play Bell, which is also good in other matchups. Like Bell is pretty good against Labyrinth too. So Bell is an option always. I just love Bestials. I'm gonna be honest, especially Druid's Worm, because you like in opening Magnamute just feels so good in Runick decks because you get the interruption, you get the free Druid's Worm, the bodies, and then the Druid's Worm also is removal, which is so nice because you don't have a battle phase, right? So it's like killing one monster for free after you Magnamute. It's just nice, right? It's just these cards are nice, and Bell doesn't work against, for example, Branded Lost. That I'm not sure. Yeah, they are a huge conflict point with the Life Twins though, which is another advantage of the Furhire deck. If you play the Furhire deck, you can just play the Bestials no problem. Isn't one of them even Dragon? Can't you even search one of the Furhires? Rafali, right? Yeah, Rafali is a Dragon. If you ever draw, like, let's say if you draw Beat and no other Furhires, you can just like Magnamute into Rafali and this hand is popping. So there's that. Can you sleeve your Bestials? Okay, calm down. Literally, I understand you should be sleeving expensive cards, but for real, what is supposed to happen to these right now? What's supposed to damage these Magnamutes? Nothing is gonna damage these Magnamutes. Chill. They're fine. I saw you playing one jet. Doesn't that hurt recovery? Well, yeah, I mean, if you play a very small Spright engine, this basically only does anything on turn 1. it only does anything on turn 1 pretty much, because if you draw, let's say you draw the blue, which is the most likely one to draw, you go blue into jet, into starter, into one of these two, so what you have left is this, right? And this is technically okay, really, like on the second turn, if I draw another blue, I can just blue jet, blue into red, it's still 2 free bodies. The idea is that this is not really a Spright deck anymore. You have to, if you're used to playing Spright Runick before the ban list where they banned Elf, you really have to change your perception of the deck, because it's not a Spright deck anymore. It's more like a Runick for hire deck or a Runick Life Twin deck that uses the Sprites specifically to help with the first turn. Right? Specifically, the first turn is when you need the Spright cards, because they play through hand traps like it's nothing. And they also play into boards really, really well, because they give you a lot of bodies, and they let you get either a spell and trap negate if you're playing against back row, or they give you a monster negate if you're playing into monster boards. So the Sprites are here, and they are essential. They are not cuttable. They are the reason why this deck performs well. But the main reason why they're here is because they help you play into boards infinitely better, right? The follow-up of Sprites is not really that impressive, because like I said, your extra deck options without Elf are super, super limited. So if you have more Spright cards, like a second starter, more jets, on turn 2, you don't really do anything with that anyways, right? Like, it's just not impressive what you get out of these cards after turn 1. You want these specifically because they play into boards, right? I play Pot of Avarice in Spright. What do you think about it? I think Pot of Avarice is a very interesting card, and I have it on my radar of maybe at some point it's a playable card again. The problem with Pot of Avarice is that it essentially reads you win the game more, because most modern decks, in order to get to 5 monsters in the graveyard, they need to draw a really good hand. Like basically, in order for you to resolve your Pot of Avarice, in this deck, for example, you need to draw a Runick and a Spright Blue, and your opponent can't really have any interruptions, so you need to do all of that and then activate Avarice after, right? I don't think the problem is that it loses to Bestials, chat. What is the best ratio for the Bestials? It depends how much room you have, honestly. My favorite ratio is to always play 3 Magnamute, because I just think it's the best one. Like, I've seen people play 2 Magna, 1 Druis, which I understand why you're doing it if you only have room for 3 cards. But I always try to play 3 Magnamute if possible, and then at least 1 more. And then any more you can play is bonus, basically. Like, if you can play more Druis Worms, go ahead. If you can even fit Baldrake, fine. Honestly, if Bestials are good, you want to play as many as possible. But if you can't fit at that many, it's also fine to play 3 or 4. But I always try to do 4. Min. In London, I did 5. Lubellion is good. I've played Lubellion that one time in the in Pure Spright. I actually liked Lubellion a lot for a short period of time during tier limit format. Because you could use, like, Lubellion going first is actually insane. Because, like, if you think about it, Lubellion going first is just a free Magnamute that searches in the end phase. So it's a free +1 and a free body on the board. Which in Spright with Spright Sprint for Nimble Angler was really good during that time. I really liked it. The only problem with Lubellion is going second. He's not a hand trap. Right? Tomorrow is the first thing of the Duel Links World Championship qualifier. Are you going to participate in it? I will not. I will not, no. I would have, but I qualified for Master Duel Worlds, so I'm not gonna try to qualify for Duel Links. I genuinely think we would have tried it. I thought it would have been a cool experiment and a cool. I mean, it would have been stressful as well, but it would have been a cool thing. We might try it next year if next year we don't qualify for Master Duel. The idea basically was, I don't really play Duel Links anymore. I don't have an active account with all the cards, but my idea was, a couple weeks before the World Championship qualifier starts, you make a new account. And I think in Duel Links you get the game is very expensive, But if you make a new account, you get a lot of freebies in the beginning, I think. And I would have liked to try and see how, like, make a new account, grind it a little bit for a couple days on stream, get myself a deck together just for that one tournament. Like, that's why I think it wouldn't be that expensive, is because you only need one deck for that tournament. You only need one deck. And then you grind a couple days on a new account, you make a deck for that tournament, and then you play the qualifiers, right? The thing is, this year, that's way too stressful for me, because we've already qualified for Master Duel Worlds. I'm not going to try and do it for Duel Links. It's something that I have in the back of my mind for next year. If next year it's the same structure again and we don't make it into the Master Duel World Championship, and I have time on the weekend that they do the Duel Links thingy, maybe we do it. I think it would have been fun. Even though the weekend itself would have been very stressful, but I would have been down to do it just for the experience. Because, yeah, like the Batman is saying in chat, Duel Links is a good game once you have the deck you want. I agree. I think Duel Links is a fun way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just that the payment system is completely fucked. I hate the payment system. That's why I don't play it. That's why I would have tried it on a fresh account and would have tried to see how it goes. But as of now, we don't need to do it, luckily, I guess. We need to do it, luckily. We don't need to do it. But you are rich. I am not. I don't know why you would think that, but I am not doing bad financially. I'm totally fine. I'm not complaining at all, but I would not classify myself as rich at all. But yeah. Look at all the cards you have. Look, I'm saying I'm fortunate. I'm not complaining at all, but I don't think I am classified as a rich person. But all streamers are rich. You don't understand that I do this because I enjoy it, right? I'm not doing this because it's making insane amounts of money, right? I literally studied I studied software engineering, right? You literally understand that if I did that, maybe then I'd be rich, right? Is Yu-Gi-Oh! Your main source of income? I'm a full-time streamer. I am a full-time streamer. I've decided not to pursue software engineering for streaming. And I'm happy I did, but the money I would have made in that industry would probably be more. But it probably wouldn't fulfill me to the point that this does, so. You said you studied economics in German TV 7 years ago? Yeah, because I did. I just didn't finish it. I didn't like economics, and I don't believe that you need to finish something that you don't like, that you don't see yourself working as. And halfway through my economics studies, I realized that's not what I want to do, so I switched. Ellie the Ace and OPTC Silva, thank you for the primes. Appreciate you. What's with the sub goal? I just haven't updated it because I was busy talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! As I am sometimes. Boston Pony, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate you. Do you think the Twitch change will affect you, and if yes, how much? It's I'm sure most of you have seen it. I don't want to talk about it in too much detail right now because we are already at 5 p.m. and I have somewhere I need to go. I have somewhere I need to be in like 30 minutes. So we can't talk about it in too much detail. We can talk about it tomorrow a little bit more. But as of now, just know that it doesn't really affect me personally. I still think it's a very bad change. But me personally, I am not affected by it at all. Pretty much. What Twitch changed? It's just they made some changes as to which advertisements and which sponsorships are allowed on Twitch. Basically branded content. As in not branded Despia, but when you get sponsored by certain brands, they changed the rules for that to be a lot stricter, and a lot of stuff is not allowed. But just out of all the stuff that isn't allowed anymore, I'm not doing anything, I think. Like one of the things, for example, was that the logos you have on stream can only make up 3% of your screen total. Like, for example, the logo thingy I have in the top right? The sponsored logos can only be 3% of the screen total. And yeah, Tyjantic already sent me a message yesterday calculating how big it is, and it is only, it's slightly less than 3%, so it's still fine. I don't even have to change it. Unless Tyjantic miscalculated, but I think it's fine this way. Maybe it has to be a little bit smaller. At the end of the day, if I have to make it a little bit smaller, it's not the end of the world. It's gonna be fine. So, I so far with those changes, it's gonna be fine. They're gonna review it more, I think, because the backlash was pretty pretty crazy on it. But I don't want to go into it in too much detail because literally I have to wrap it up now. But if that's something you are interested in like my situation in this whole type of thing, we can talk about it a little bit more tomorrow. Yes, chat. I will send you guys over to Farfa, who is apparently doing dual links right now. Holy shit. Okay, I'll send you guys over to Farfa. Thank you all so much for watching this more of an unusual type of stream, you know. I hope you enjoyed it. Just me sorting my cards, building my decks, talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! For 5 hours. I think it was fun. Thank you all for being here. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Hope you have a great rest of your day, rest of your week, or start into your day wherever you are. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all the support. Say hello to Farfa from me, and peace. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.